I wander these streets where the stars have no glow. East Hollywood whispers what I'll never know. A vegan trippy hippie lost in the haze. My mind's a kaleidoscope caught in a maze. I'm a lover, a dreamer, a believer, it stings. An angel with broken wings. Oh, oh, oh. I float through the madness. I dance through the fight. A kaleidoscope soul in the neon lights. Yeah, the palm trees are laughing. They sway in the breeze. I'm searching for answers in a sky no one sees. The world's upside down. It's a strange kind of spin, but I'm high on the vibe of the chaos within. I'm a lover, a dreamer, a believer, it stings. An angel with broken wings. Oh, I float through the madness. I dance through the fight. A kaleidoscope soul in the neon lights. Yeah, I don't need the answers. I don't need the truth. I'll find my own rhythm. I live in my youth. The city is screaming, but I am standing still. A trippy little hippie with a wandering will. Oh, I'm a lover, a dreamer, a believer, it stings. An angel with broken wings. Yeah, I float through the madness. I dance through the fight. A kaleidoscope soul in the neon lights. Yeah. Tuesday comes, we're in cold. Rusty cars and broken dreams. Life ain't easy, or so it seems. Yet on Tuesday, sun still beams. We find hope right on.
Hi, everybody.
Tuesday, oh Tuesday, we're alive in the web park. We thrive, laughing, dancing. We survive, together we come alive. Old guitars, they start to hum.
It's 4:20. Where is everybody? I'm just waiting for G-May and all my hippie friends to come meet me at 4:20. Phone's ringing.
Hello, Lisa. I'm here.
Hello, G-May.
Happy 420.
Happy 420. So I was saving, you know how I usually on our 420s, I smoke THC oil, but today is kind of a special day. So
Nice.
I rolled a joint.
Oh my God, I rolled one up too. Yeah. And I got these raw 300 hemp papers that you were telling me about. Natasha just loves them.
Yeah, they're good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're natural and they burn well.
They are. So happy 420.
Happy 420, everybody. Let's all light up.
Let's fire one up. I'm going to fire one up. Sounds good to me. Look, it's Christine Kruger. Ow! She's on the road. She's going to tune in when she gets home.
Oh, that's awesome.
Nice.
She's so nice.
Yeah. All right. So let's pick up this tune. Let's fire it up. If you got it, catch a buzz.
Yeah. Happy 420.
Old guitars, they start to hum. Beating drums, we hit and strum. Joyful noise, forget the gum. Tuesday's here, we ain't numb. Neighbors gather, tales they spin. Round the fire, life begins. In the snow.
So how are you, Gary?
I'm good. Every day should be Tuesday.
I know. Today is Thursday, but it's got a Tuesday vibe.
Yeah.
Hi, Nana. So nice to see
Yes.
you. Hi, Ivan.
It's Ivan Idea. And
Oh, that's nice.
Ivan's been watching
Welcome, you
campaign for
guys.
years and years.
Really?
Yeah,
that
Ivan
rocks.
Idea is awesome. He is a big time
I have
music
to
producer.
sub
Yeah.
him.
Yeah. And then Tia Nana's, she is awesome. She's got a really good voice. She's a singer.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever heard her sing.
Very good. Very beautiful.
Nice. We appreciate you guys for being here.
Yeah, I hope everybody's doing really good on this Thursday at 420.
What are we going to learn today
Listen,
on the Lisa
I was
Noel channel?
Jade Star. Hi.
Nice. I love
So
it.
nice to have everybody.
Yes.
I hope everybody's burning one.
Yeah, you should
So-
be. In fact,
So yeah, Gary, I was thinking, I always come on and I'm always like happy 420. And I always, I just recently started doing live shows and I always start them at 420.
yes.
And it's such a special time for me. It's such a special thing. And I thought maybe we could talk today about what 420 really means.
Yes.
And the history of it, how
Yes.
it got started,
I love it. I love it. So who are these? What is that?
Listen, let's
Wafflos?
first,
What is that?
well, let me first start with there. Also, I wanted to do this because hi, Carbon Inspector.
Yeah.
I love everybody's name.
Oh man! Welcome to live
so-
training, Lisa.
So, people think that 420 was started in so many different ways. So a lot of people think that 420 is a California penal code for marijuana charges, but that is not true, okay? It is actually a California code which refers to property violations. So it's not that. A lot of people say to me, oh, well, I know what 420 is. It's the police radio code related to marijuana. And that is not true.
Like it says right here, it says 420 started in San Rafael, California around the late 1970s. It started as police code for marijuana smoking in progress.
That's not, I will get to this. This is an awesome. This should be in a museum.
Wow. Really?
And it probably is in the Pot Museum. But I will get to that. That is actually the very first, the first flyer of the first official 420 gathering.
Wow.
Ever. And that was actually in 1991.
People, Lisa, what's this big statue behind these people?
Well, I will get to that too.
Okay.
These guys are the real creators of 420. But a lot of people also think another false narrative, which is that 420 came from that there's 420 chemicals in marijuana. Not true. Do you know how many chemicals are in marijuana, Gary?
No, I don't.
There's actually in cannabis, there's actually more than 550 chemical compounds.
Wow.
So that's not it. A lot of people also think, which is weird because you can just look this up, that 420 comes from that it's Bob Marley's birthday. But Bob Marley's birthday, I looked up, is February 6th.
Right. So
the real story is...
We're going to find out the real story?
The real story is pretty cool. It was created in the term 420 was created in 1971 by those 5 guys. Go ahead and put those 5 guys up.
These guys?
Yeah, that we had up before that you were asking. Yeah, it was created by those guys when they were in high school in 1971 in San Rafael, California.
Okay.
They were going to San Rafael High School, and they called themselves the Waldos. And they called themselves the Waldos because they hung out. Their usual hangout spot was the wall outside the school. So they called these 5 dudes called themselves the Waldos.
Okay.
And school got out at 3. They had football practice afterwards, which got out at 4. So at 4:20, all the guys decided they would always meet in front of that statue, which is the Louis Pasteur statue, in front of their high school.
Interesting.
And so they used to always at first say 420 Louis, and then they dropped the Louis. But you know, the cool thing is they were Grateful Dead followers. So it's that really, you know, made 420 popular.
So, right, because then they probably, you know, it was their little code for getting high. And then when they'd go to a Dead show, they let people know, hey, it's 420. Hey, what's that? Well, that's when you light up, right? Kind of.
That's exactly why they use it, because
the Dead shows kind of, because I went to a lot of Dead shows.
You did?
Yeah.
That's so cool. I love the Grateful Dead.
Yeah, I'm not kidding you. My bass player, back like in the early, late 70s, early 80s, his name was Dave the bass player. And he was short, beard, classic horseshoe bald, tie-dye sandals. And the biggest running joke that we had was, yeah, well, come see me and I'll be in the taper section. And he'd name off all those characteristics. And the thing is, there's like 1,000 of those guys down there. There's 1,000 guys that look exactly like Dave. And he would drive an orange VW bus. The not like the Bug, the one that was like a Volkswagen.
Oh, yeah. You mean like the hippie?
Yeah, and he took me to so many Dead shows. I went with him. And
that is so cool. So you know that, like, okay, so in 1971, one joint would get you 10 years in prison.
Yes.
So yes, they had to have code, and they were in high school. You know what, Gary? one of these 5 guys, his dad was one of the head narcotics agents in Marin County. And so he would sometimes, at a big busts,
One of these Waldo dudes?
Yeah, these are the guys. Their dad, one of their dads, and he would take, at these big weed busts, he would have little samples, and he would keep them in the trunk of his car. And these high school kids would steal that weed and smoke that weed, and that was probably some really good stuff. So, but I mean, they had a lot of connections to the Grateful Dead, and it was really, a lot of people credited the Grateful Dead for creating 420, but it was 5 high school kids who just always hung out.
Right. So because of the secrecy,
they took care of their
5 guys, right?
One of them became a roadie to Phil Lesh, who was the Grateful Dead bassist.
Yeah. Awesome.
So I mean, they were in there,
And not only that, the 420 is now celebrated.
Hi, Raymond.
The 420 is celebrated all over the world.
All over the world. It's a main, huge.
Because
it means so much.
You would go to prison if you got caught with a joint in the 70s, right?
Yeah.
You needed
I would
code.
have this right here. Oh. Yeah. You'd be high in your weed. So much different now. Hi, Allie. So yeah, I mean, this is such a fun story, and it parlays into the whole idea, of us hippies, getting together and, creating love and community, and we picked this 420 time up, and I love that. I love that whole idea that we did that, and it was also, High Times. I think we have a picture of High Times.
Yeah.
High Times was the first one to really do an article about 420 Wake and Bake, because the guys were like, it doesn't matter if it's 4:20 a.m. or 4:20 p.m. It's the best time to get high.
Right. No one specified, if it was a.m. or p.m. I love that. In this High Times article, did it mention the Waldos at all?
Yes.
It did?
Yes, it did. It did. And, there is, you want to pull up the flyer? Actually, yeah, let's go to the flyer. Because, it's just so funny and cool. This is the first flyer of the official 420 meeting ever. And it was at Mount Tam, which is a beautiful place, in Marin County, which the guys used to go up there and get high.
I'm about 45 minutes from Marin County.
Okay, I was wondering. It's beautiful, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
California is just a beautiful, beautiful state, man. It just really is. From California, San Diego to Gasky, which is in the very, very tiptoe corner.
Oh, wow. So you know what? You know what, Gary? I did go to, I actually worked in San Francisco for 1 year. I worked at the studio, and 2 times I was allowed, the owner of the studio came in and said, do you want to go to the Grateful Dead bud place and get some bud with me? And so it was an experience. We drove out to this compound. It was beautiful. And it was the best bud I've ever had. And that was a long time ago. And we have good bud now, but it was purple. It was 3 shades of purple. And it was tight. It was the buds were like so tight.
Oh, man.
I mean, and the people were so nice there. It was just so
what's going on with this Wake and Bake? This was their official little flyer or something?
This was their official flyer that they put out for everyone to meet up at Mount Tam. And if you couldn't get to Mount Tam, you were to get a group of your hippie friends and get high at 420. And this is really cute. In the helpful hints, it says, try to give yourself a few minutes to relax before smoking at 420. And hold your hit as long as you can.
Thank you.
If you can, hold it until 421.
Yes. Well, it's funny that you say that because
make sure you have enough paraphernalia so everyone is included. I love this. Make sure that you're in place where there's no heavy winds, no cops, no messed up wires.
No heavy wind.
Because they're up in, and how to get there. That was really funny too, because they said you'll just run into a hippie and they'll and they'll direct you to the right place. It's adorable. Hippies are adorable. We add color to the world.
Yeah. Wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's actually awesome, man. And this High Times article, what year did that come out? That's 91 article?
I think so. So. Because
a 91 article.
Yeah. But also it's really interesting is what I forgot to say in that flyer is they did spread the wrong information about how 420 got started. Because they said right here that it got started because it refers to a
it makes for a better story, right?
A California penal code, and that's not true. But I mean, see, that just shows you how misinformation gets spread a little bit, and then people believe that.
Sure.
So I just thought that it would be interesting to tell the story about the Waldos.
Yeah.
Now you know how 420 got started. But I think it has become such an important, deep spiritual saying for hippies. It's like, let's get together and get spiritual and, promote love and peace. What can we do for each other? I mean, that's what 420 means. That's, I think.
Well, hey, happy 420.
Happy 420, everybody.
All right. Happy 420.
I think it's important, especially now, to not forget who we are and to have a good community, to be here for each other, because we live in some just crazy times right now.
Yeah.
And we need to start standing up for our rights again. Can you believe it?
Absolutely. I mean,
it's like, what, did somebody throw us back into the 70s? Well, and now we need to rise up.
Look, I was a hardcore activist in the 80s, the early 80s. I was an activist, man. I went to a lot of stuff. I went to a lot of, they called them civil disobedience demonstrations back then. And we'd go down to Nevada. We'd go to these nuclear places where they're, doing nuclear fusion and stuff and all this weird stuff. And they would fucking draw this line. You go down there as when I was in college, when I went to San Jose State. And we go down there and there'd be hundreds of kids from all different states. And you go down there and they draw this big line, right? And that's why it's civil, because what you do is once you step over the line, you just turn around and put your hands behind your back and they arrest you. There's no freaky shit. It's just actual civil disobedience. And it was crazy, man. You'd have all these different people. You had this one guy who was dressed up like a priest or Jesus or something. He's dragging this cross. And it was just it was during when we were trying to get them to stop the arms race with nuclear weapons. You know what I'm saying? Anyway.
Yep.
But we were also
Serious
too, we're
shit,
trying to
man.
get pot legal, and they would not give us the fucking permits, man. Me and a bunch of other people, we tried to rent the San Francisco Civic, the San Jose Civic, and the Oakland Civic, all on the same day on, believe it or not, 420. We wanted to have a simultaneous
Yep.
concert,
Exactly.
trying to legalize, and people signing a petition to legalize marijuana. It's legal now. But see,
Yep.
if we would have succeeded, I think it'd be a lot different than now. It wouldn't be these black market prices that they're gouging, and they get like 80% of all the money. The city regulates it all. But anyway, I'm not
I
going to go
know.
off on a
And
tangent.
the taxes are incredible. And we just go with it because we do want it to be legal. Right. You know?
So I just kind of know firsthand what it's like to stand up, to try to legalize marijuana, man. I was there, I did it, I lived it, and we failed. But it eventually, you know what happened, but somehow it just got on the ballot because they knew that it was a cash cow.
Yes, exactly.
Cash cow.
When money talks, right? It's like that's,
Well, what I'm trying to do right now is I got a new song coming out called Blue Sky Fade Away, and it's just about this topic. It's about the Pacific North Patch and plastic and the DuPonts and how they it's crazy. Well, because see, we kind of got hit with a double-edged sword, because even though marijuana is legal, I am not keen on how it's packaged. It's packaged in plastic, and it's fucking everywhere. Okay. There's some really good vendors that put it like in glass bottles and stuff like that. That should be like a mandatory. Instead, it's more expensive. But these pre-rolls, they put them like in these little plastic, like little cigar. So now all of a sudden there's just millions and billions of these things fucking going into the Pacific Ocean.
You're right. And when you walk down the street, here and there, you see the plastic containers and like, yeah, that's not what we want.
It's not what we want. So what is this here?
That is the beautiful view on Mount Tam, where in 1991 they had the first official 420, where that is what that flyer was from. And that is the view. And the 5 high school kids, they were great hippies. They were awesome. They were really adventurous. But they used to go up on that mountain and get high and get spiritual.
Yeah. You know what's a trip is the high school that I went to, it was a total like Rydell High type situation, man, And
really?
Yeah, they had a smoking section.
Oh, that's hilarious.
You could smoke. It had a smoking section. So you could smoke cigarettes. Wow. And that was like,
they don't have
that. To blend in a little weed when you're smoking cigarettes. You know what I'm saying? People would even, mix it. Cigarette.
Oh, you know what? Tobacco. I don't like that. That makes me nauseous.
Oh yeah, get you high though when you're really young, burning brain cells.
Yeah, well, I was at a work one time, and the owner was really cool, and he was smoking a joint, and he's like, "Yeah, you want some?" And it was one of those half and half ones, and I smoked that, and I was like, ugh. It made me really dizzy. I did not like it. So if you're going to pass somebody one of those, you should probably tell them. There's nicotine in this.
When did you start smoking? You got a story on that? Your first really good buzz,
Me?
Yeah. First time you smoked.
Are you serious? I do have a story, but I don't know if you want to hear it. But I do.
Of course I want to hear it. Why not?
Oh, right, Gary. You asked. You're going to. Okay. So this is why I started smoking weed when I was 15. Okay. When I was 15, I had my baby. I was pregnant, and I was throwing up every day. And
Wow.
my friend's brothers was a hippie, and he was like, and one day I was just like, oh, green. I mean, I didn't. And he's like, girl, I don't know if you should tell your parents this, but I know what will make you feel better. And he gave me a little bit of weed. And so I just smoked a little bit, and I felt so much better.
Yeah. So it just totally helped you.
But my dad does smoke weed. My
Right.
dad.
So it just totally helped you medically, kind of, right?
Yes, and then then I just I like it. Yeah.
Yeah. That's an
I don't
interesting
drink.
story. Yeah.
I don't do anything else. I just smoke weed.
Nice. Me too.
Yeah.
I was 14. I was actually 14. And it was in like the 8th grade. Let me see here. Where's my go? And sure enough, I think it was 1977 or something like that.
1977.
Well, actually, it's interesting because the way that my birthday fell and my age fell on the time period was always easy for me to reflect upon my childhood, because in 1971 I was in the 1st grade. In 72 I was in the 2nd grade. In 73 I was in the 3rd grade. Rinse and repeat. 79 I'm in the 9th grade. Now I'm listening to Ronnie James Dio and Ted Nugent and fucking, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's a drastic difference from 1976 and 1979. There's a huge jump right there, because you go from disco and the Bee Gees and 6th grade and Innocent to 7th, 8th, 9th grade, 14, 15, smoking weed, Judas Priest, fucking Ozzy Osbourne, Black Sabbath, fucking Rolling Stones, Beatles. You know what I mean? You get all this music that come with smoking weed, So that's when I smoked my first joint.
Yeah. So I was reading like what these guys were listening to in 1971, and I know them all except for, I have to be honest, one of them I don't know. So they were listening to the Grateful Dead, Santana, Bob Dylan. Love them. But the 4th one I need to check out, which is New Riders of the Purple Sage. Do you know those guys, Gary?
No, I don't.
Okay, so we should check those guys out. That's who they were listening to when they were getting high and when they created the 420.
I don't think you could have a bigger stoner hosting this episode with you. I've been smoking for almost, I'm coming up on a half of a century.
That's why I wanted to have you on here. You are one true hippie, Gary.
I'm like a lifetime study.
That's why we love you. You rock.
Well, there's
I'm a true hippie. There. I am definitely a true hippie too. So yeah. Hippies don't all have to be the same. That's what we love. We love diversity, right? We love that everybody's different.
Absolutely.
I love
and
that.
That's the thing too, is that's why I think for me, growing up and starting on Motown and disco and then, metal and Stones, and I never have ever been not liked a genre. You know what I mean?
I like all
hip-hop,
genres.
I like rap. I like country. I like jazz.
I do too. I have to say, country is the one. Now, I just did 2 really cool country songs with Gary, and he just rocks in them. But there is a whole group of country songs that I don't relate to. They're really twangy, really simple. They're really whiny.
You want to hear it?
And I don't like them. But there's a whole other, I mean, that I love. I mean, and I do love some of the old stuff. I love Dolly Parton. You know, I love all that stuff. But
here's
there's
a little sample of our
people
country tune.
big and rich.
Lisa, you believe that? You ready?
What?
Are you ready? Are you smoking weed? I hope you're. Time to light up. Let's get there. Everyone, if you got it, light it.
What are you looking for?
Yes. All right. So speaking of
I'm
country,
gonna
you want a little sample? You want a little sample?
In this rusted trailer park, where the stars don't seem to shine, living out in the end of nowhere, but for now this place is mine.
Dreams flow with the dusty wind. Moonlight never shows its face, but in this beaten down old trailer, I'll find solace in this space. I'll find a way.
All right. Yeah. Some good country right there we got coming up for you. If you're just joining us, happy 420. We have
Happy 420.
gotten
Hi,
a ton of information on.
We have some cool people here, so.
Yes. We found out the origin of 420. And I got to tell you, before the show started, I didn't know the answer. I found that all out today.
And this is for Ian.
So we got Ian's guitar shop out there. We have.
I hope you're not at work.
Foundering.
This is good stuff.
And, you know, hey, Art, we're happy for you that you were able to put down the marijuana injection device. We're happy for you. Raymond's in the house with us hanging out. Lisa, look at that.
Hi, Raymond.
Let's get a little music to go, and let's go check out what's going on over in chat. Okay, so we still have that going. All right, so Allie Patches is here with us. Isn't that awesome?
I know, I love Allie.
We were talking about last time about how you guys are both artists.
Yeah, it's so fun.
So I think I have a little something here. What is this that we are watching?
Yes. This is my GoPro of a, we talked about, remember last time I saw you, Gary, I was explaining that this commissioned painting. So, did you stop it?
Yeah, I stopped because I just want to look at it real quick. Well, still, that's really cool, man.
So this was a commissioned painting. This girl got a hold of me on Facebook, and she asked me to create a painting for her that will draw her soulmate to her. No pressure at all.
Wow, almost like like a love spell of some kind, right?
Her. Huh?
Some kind of love spell, but through art?
Yeah, so it was really fragile, you know. I mean, it was, you know.
Yeah.
So, so I wanted to paint, I wanted her, she was so stuck on love, you know, and she needed to live life. She doesn't need to sit back and wait for somebody. She needed to live life. So I wanted to, you know, show her back away from the shadow. So that not like she's waiting for somebody. I wanted her to be like she's just enjoying life, and that person will come to her.
Yeah, like she's coming to life right before our eyes. How long do you think a piece like this took you? A couple weeks?
Oh my God! So I had this on GoPro, so just I don't know. It did take me hours and hours and hours.
Yeah. Nice.
but I love
And
painting.
this is oil on canvas.
No,
medium?
this is water. This is watercolor.
Oh, just watercolor.
Watercolor.
I never used watercolor.
And sometimes you'll see that I use watercolor pencils sometimes, and sometimes I use, which I love, is these watercolor pens
Nice.
to kind of go in and accentuate things up.
Yeah.
So fun.
I put you in on the hair right there. I like the little positive things written on this picture frame over here.
Oh yeah.
There it is.
There it is. And then it does show the side of it too. So I did the sides of it.
Yeah, that's large size.
Oh yeah, it's big. It's big. See, I painted clouds on the sides. I always like to do the sides of the canvas.
And look, you got the guy walking down the beach with the shadow. The mysterious.
Yeah, he's walking towards her.
The mysterious.
I hope she found her soulmate.
Yes, she did too. So what else is going on? We know we got the episode of Barbie coming out. Anything else you're working on? Anything else fun and exciting going on?
Well, yeah, I'm working on a lot of songs that I just need to finish. I started a lot. I need to finish up the Barbie episode with you, and I need to do another Kitty Chicken Bunny Girl episode. The last episode of the Kitty Chicken Bunny Girl that I did one of the first things I've ever done in my life, which is I did a love scene with myself.
Yeah, I know. That's classic. That's classic. As you dabble into your content, there's a lot of goodies in there. Let's just put it that way. Right?
Yeah.
So, you doing any stand-up?
I haven't been out doing stand-up recently. So what I really want to do is I think I think it would be great if I can write some new material and do it here on YouTube and see what you guys think of it, and I need to get back out there.
Yeah.
But since honestly COVID, I haven't really been back out on the stage. Yeah.
I like definitely can't wait for the next episode of Kitty Chick and Bunny Girl, because the Ava character to me is one of your best characters. I'm serious. There's a completely different person, completely different temperament, completely.
I talk different. I try to.
Dictation, but I can't wait to get back to that. But you haven't done some stand up in a while, huh?
Yeah, not in a while.
Doing more stand up soon.
Yeah, since I was doing less stand up, then now I do more like shooting, and I started doing Barbie, and I started doing, really my roots are mainly acting, comedy acting. But
Okay, well,
I do love doing stand-up. Stand-up is the hardest thing ever.
It is. I'm scared of it. You know me, I did it once. I wrote all my stuff the night before, all my bullets, and then I filmed it. And it's terrifying.
It's terrifying. Well, it is terrifying actually, because it's like instant playback, instant comeback, and there's a bunch of drunk people in there.
Do you have to
totally feeling like they can say anything they want?
Do you smoke
so
weed
not
ever?
only.
Do you ever smoke weed before you do your set?
This is what I feel. Anything you do in life like if you're going to go perform, since I do always smoke weed, I'm going to just keep my same, you know, I'm just going to do what I always do. And yes,
Yeah,
I smoke
there
weed
you go.
before.
Well, I got a clip here.
And yes,
I got a clip here of some of your stand-up. Why don't you give me the setup on that? Just part of your
I beg coins.
routine?
Welcome.
Huh?
What? What'd you say?
I said I have a clip I'm going to play. I want to check out a little stand-up. You guys ready for a little stand-up by Lisa Noel?
Okay.
All right, let's do it.
Okay, let's do it.
Here we go.
I'm a Gen X Wokester OG. Gen X being
I think it didn't start from the beginning,
so
but that's
I've been taking care of myself since I was
All
like
right.
5. I had
That's
my
okay.
first babysitting job at 7.
All right, here we go. And away we go.
So I'm a Gen X Wokester OG. Gen X being I was a latchkey kid, so I've been taking care of myself since I was like 5. I had my first babysitting job at 7. I know how to use a rotary phone. I know how to read and write cursive. I understand the struggles of rewinding a cassette tape with a pencil. And I have personally witnessed the birth and death of MTV. So sad. Being a wokester means I am a protest-ready vegan enthusiast, hashtag activist, social media warrior who believes in eco-friendly everything and who lives in a never-ending episode of Black Mirror. So sad. OG for me means original grandma. I had my daughter
Oh
when
my
I was
God.
15. My daughter had her first baby when she was 17. And no, I'm not going to stop wearing pigtails just because I'm a grandma. And if you think I should, what? Because I'm too old? That is microaggression. And that is your problem, buddy. That's ageism. You need to check yourself before you wreck yourself. Being a wokester is a big responsibility, but being woke is really lonely. My friends and family don't understand me. I start talking about intersectionality, and my friends are like, what intersection? Wait, are we talking traffic now? So I finally told my mom that I'm bisexual. So now when she calls, she's like, so how are they doing? I'm like, Mom, it's just me, one person. Bi doesn't mean that. But being a wokester, man, it's all about like truly understanding what's happening underneath it all. You know,
Yes.
fighting for truth and peace and equality with love and compassion. And all I ever get is, Lisa, why are you so sensitive? And I'm like, why are you so insensitive?
Ow! Oh man. Great material, especially with just everything that's going on right now, you know, just funny stuff. OG vegan. How can a vegan be a gangster, right? I'm a gangster, but I'm a vegan.
I'm a little gangster. What you mean? What you mean?
Awesome stuff, man. If you're just joining us, we're hanging out. We're chilling with Lisa Noel on her channel. We are 420 friendly. And we're teaching you the meaning.
Yeah, see, we always use that word. Yeah, I forgot about that saying. 420 friendly. Yeah. See, we always use it now. You know, and now you know where we got it from. From the 5 high school kids, the Waldos. From San Rafael, you know what? From California. A lot of good things come from California.
Yeah.
Good weed does come from California.
Yes.
He does.
A lot of dating sites out there in California.
Oh man, there's so many crazy dating sites. They have
Well-
those ones where you all meet and then they set a timer and you're
Right.
all at the table for I mean everybody has different times, but the one
Right.
that I know that it was only like for like 10 minutes or something.
Right.
10, 15 minutes.
Right.
And,
right.
and you know, ding.
She didn't even.
Next.
I did that, and I sat down once, and she just goes ding, and I got up. I didn't even say anything. Just ding. I don't even like the way you look. Ding, ding. Next. Crazy, man. But there are some good dating sites out there. In fact, this might be one right here. Smoke Up.
We live in a fast-paced world. We all want love, but who has the time to go through all the dating crap of falling in love? Now, there's an answer. Date Me Once, Marry Me Forever Rapid Dating Service. Here at Date Me Once, Marry Me Forever Rapid Dating Service, we understand that finding the love of your life shouldn't have to take you your whole life. It should take you one date. Here at DMOMMFRDS, we cover a variety of love needs. Are you dreaming of your one and only true love and still believe in love at first sight? We cover that. Have you already had one or two shitty marriages and ready for a mate who isn't on antipsychotic meds? We cover that. Okay. You've been with a lot of assholes, and now you just need combined income to qualify for that house loan. We cover that. Due to our patented stellar question interrogation, you will be matched up with the perfect need-fulfilling mate. Join today for first date free and 20% off lifetime membership.
Too much. Too much.
Please join my dating service.
You see those videos that are out, those pop up in your algorithms yet, where they use AI to see, hey, let's see if your girlfriend's on any dating sites, and they've been together for 8 years. It's kind of like a 30-second cheaters,
Oh, that's hilarious. I know that the show Cheaters. That's a crazy show. Oh,
Yeah, one now.
That's a
where the
show
guy
you
goes
don't-
around. Yeah,
don't want to be on.
the guy goes around and he goes, "Hey, give me both your phones," and then every time they're like, "That's not me. That's someone else." No, it's you got to have your ID to activate it, type trip or something. I don't know. Anyway,
That's
dating
hilarious.
sites, 420. You go on a date and like she doesn't smoke weed, right? Like, all right, well,
Oh, that's no
it's probably not going to work out, right? Oh,
No, you know what? I mean, a lot of times I have actually, been the only, like, I've had a lot of times where I have had no girlfriends that smoke weed. So only, my guy friends smoke weed. Yeah.
yeah.
What is that about?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, man. But I quit smoking like 5 years ago. I smoked like a chimney. It was just ridiculous. Did you ever smoke cigarettes at all?
No,
No, never. Good
never.
For you. Good for you.
Yeah.
I quit. It was hard. I liked it though, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do. And it made smoking hemp so much better. It really did. I saw that.
Yeah.
Did you see that Netflix thing where they were that Juul vape pen? They had cannabis vape pens for that looked like USB ports that you'd put in your computer, like a USB stick.
Yeah.
And I watched a documentary on it. I never knew it, but I guess there was a certain age bracket where they were just like vaping at school, vaping on the bus, vaping everywhere. No one even knew it because it's just I thought that was pretty interesting. We had to sneak away, you know, growing up to go get stoned.
Right. It's so easy. Yes, that's what you're saying. The
Yeah.
convenience of these
Yeah,
are amazing.
absolutely.
But you always have to be careful to do the ones that are official.
Right.
Because do you remember, was it right after COVID or right before? They had that problem with they were making these with vitamin E. They were making the fake ones and people were getting sick on vaping. Do you remember the young kids were getting really sick on vaping?
Oh man.
Do you remember that?
No, I was out of the loop on that one.
Oh yeah. It was really scary. And I even had a few fake ones and it's made me start to get really sick and it was really scary.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they always need to regulate that stuff, you know. The fake ones, you know.
Yeah. I saw one of your videos, the cotton candy. The cotton
What?
candy video. You know that one?
The what one?
Yeah, the cotton candy one.
Oh, you mean the fur tape one? You mean the
Yeah.
oh my goodness. Yes, that is another one of my products that you can purchase.
Oh man.
I have a
Let's check it out.
commercial for it right here. You want
All
to
right.
check it out, Gary?
Let's check it out.
Have you been preoccupied recently, like I have with my new friend Larry? And neglected brushing your cat, and now your cat's hair is out of control? Here's your solution. The Dr. Kitty Crumbs Kitty Cat Cotton Candy Fur Collecting Tape. Hi, I'm Dr. Kitty Crumbs, cat psychiatrist and host of Kitty Corner, and I'm so excited to endorse the Dr. Kitty Crumbs Kitty Cat Cotton Candy Fur Collecting Tape. Have you tried all kinds of cat brushes and nothing works? Now there's Dr. Kitty Crumbs Kitty Cat Cotton Candy Fur Collecting Tape. With our patented fur magnetizing Velcro seal tape, your cat is groomed with just one swipe. And for those days you forget to shave, the Dr. Kitty Crumbs Kitty Cat Cotton Candy Fur Collecting Tape is there for you. Buy your Dr. Kitty Crumbs Kitty Cat Cotton Candy Fur Collecting Tape now. We live in
Wow, what happened? Wow. We lost
Did you
there's a nice
lose
little
me?
power surge right there.
Ah. Are we
I
back?
love it, man. I was just cracking up, man. You know, it's cats are everything. I got a few friends that have been posting cat videos and dog videos, just filming and it gets crazy amount of numbers. Google loves it. They open up portals and
We love our cats as cat people.
yes.
So now I'm a cat people and a dog person.
Yes.
I have one dog and two cats.
There you go. I love it. That's what I had at one point.
I'm surprised my dog hasn't jumped up on me.
Okay, so we're coming up to the hour mark. I want to thank everyone that's been here and hanging out with us. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much. You just make it fun.
Right. And action-packed, good time. Now, tell me just a little bit more about the Kitty Chicken Bunny Girl. Now, we had the pilot, Stranger Danger was episode 2, and then episode 3 was Unicorn Karma, right?
I think so.
And then 4
think
was
so.
Unprecedented.
Yeah,
And then
that was
5
a heavy
Wokes,
one.
Wokes, Tokes, and Jokes. So
Yes, that's the
what
one with
episode
Gary.
are you
He's
going
so
on? Are
good
you
in
going to
it.
episode 6 or 7?
Yeah, I think so. I think I've done 7. I think I don't know. I don't know. I think it's
Nice.
7.
Nice. That's crazy. So you're gonna be working on
Yeah, it's hard, to keep everybody together, and so with the Kitty Chicken Bunny Girl, it was tough.
Yeah.
People come
Yeah.
and go, and so you have to.
And you're going to continue to Woke Up America. I have a clip of your Woke Up America. Wow. We are
Yes.
stoned over here, man.
Oh, okay. So just this kind of goes along with like clearing up the real truth about how 420 started.
Okay.
Now this is clearing up the truth on that terrible lie that J.D. Vance and Trump said about the Springfield immigrants eating dogs and cats. But this is the real truth. This is a real story because I just went there and got the real story for you.
Did you see the one where they showed the kids translated like one of Hitler's speeches into English? And they're like, we finally get to hear, and it starts playing, and he's all, they're eating the dogs and the cats. It's funny, man. Like he was the one saying that. Anyway, I thought it was just the funniest short that I saw.
Oh my God, I didn't see that one. Believe me, they had some funny.
I didn't see it coming. I thought you were just going to hear, some of his speech.
Yeah, that's what makes it funny sometimes when it's, it takes you off guard.
So Woke Up America is going to be up next. And this
I'm going to start my Woke Up America again. I'm going to start my series again.
Yeah, I thought it was this is awesome. This is Lisa Noel, ladies and gentlemen, Woke Up America.
Welcome to Woke Up America. I'm Elle Noel.
And I am Agnew McCarthy Cornwallis from The Right Way.
Tonight, we're going to talk about what is happening in Springfield.
It's horrifying.
What's happening?
Well, I'll tell you what's happening. Immigrants are eating pets.
There's no proof of that.
Everything is a nothing burger to the Democrats. I'm going to Springfield to prove it.
Let's go to Springfield.
Let's go to Springfield.
We're going to Springfield, you guys.
Springfield.
See you in a second. See you in Springfield.
We'll see you there.
Hey, it's Elle here. So I have good news and bad news, all right? So, here's the deal. I have been working on lowering my carbon footprint, okay? So instead of flying, I decided to hitch a ride on my neighbor's tour bus, and they dropped me off in the wrong Springfield. That's the bad news. The good news is this is the Springfield. I just hung out at Moe's Tavern drinking Duff beer with Moe, Lenny, Carl, Barney, and Homer. By the way, the guys think the whole pet eating thing is a conspiracy. Anyway, and then after that, I went to the Quickie Mart and I bought this squishy from Apu. He's so adorable. And then after that, I smoked a joint outside the Quickie Mart with this really cool bus driver named Otto. And he said that he could just take me to the Springfield, Ohio. The Springfield that I need to go to. It's just one Springfield over. So, I'll see you guys in Springfield, Ohio. Otto! See you there. I got a joint for the road.
Good day. This is Agnew McCarthy Cornwallis coming to you from Springfield, Ohio, on location. Home to J.D. Vance, not exactly Springfield, but Middletown, where he grew up poor in a shack, barefoot until he was 14, but that's beside the point. We're here to find out about the rumors of Haitian immigrants eating household pets, dogs, cats, iguanas, parakeets, hamsters, what have you. I'm here just to find facts. So let's see what's going on in Springfield.
Hi everyone, it's Elle. I am here in Springfield, Ohio. Now, are Haitian immigrants eating pets in Springfield, Ohio? No. It turns out that it's all a racist conspiracy. Now, let me tell you how it all got started, okay? It all got started with a woman named Erica Lee on her Springfield Facebook group. She said that a neighbor's friend's cat disappeared and one of their Haitian neighbors might have taken it. It turned out to be a false story, and Erica, she regrets the post, and she feels really bad about the racially charged fallout. She writes on Facebook, "I screwed up royally." Meanwhile, a Trumpster named Anna Kilgore called the cops and reported that Miss Sassy, her Maine Coon cat, was missing and that her Haitian neighbors took her cat and ate it. A few hours later, Anna found Miss Sassy in the basement and apologized to her neighbors. Now my question is, how can you lose a Maine Coon cat in your house? It's a Maine Coon. Anyway, I decided to go and talk to Miss Sassy herself, okay? Now she told me she's very embarrassed about this whole thing. That she's a part of a Facebook group, a cat Facebook group, and they're all voting for Kamala Harris. So she's like really embarrassed about this, okay? She is also a huge Taylor Swift fan, and she wanted to make sure to give a shout out to Taylor Swift's cats, Meredith Grey, Olivia Benson, and Benjamin Button. A shout out from Miss Sassy to you guys. So I found out that the Haitians in Springfield are here legally. They're working, getting along with everyone, and they're not eating pets.
No woman, no pride. No love Marley, man. Love Ziggy Marley. Oh, hey, man. Don't you know what's going on, man? Barbecue, man? What you barbecuing, man? This smells good. Mind if I have a little bit? Oh, thank you, Madison. I mean, stranger. Ah, black Haitian with white arms. Vertiligo, man. So sorry, man. But I'm gonna enjoy this. Jerk Christ on a crouton. That is not jerk chicken. That is jerk terrier. Look at that dog collar. Lord help me. Jerk terrier? America, I think we've found the truth about Haitian immigrants eating pets. If a dog collar doesn't prove it, nothing will. Coming to you from Springfield, Ohio, sad and dismayed, I am Agnew McCarthy Cornwallis.
This is Elle. Peace out.
Ow!
I love it. I love it. I love it.
Hi, Natasha. Get in here.
I'm
It's
here.
so good to
What's up?
see you. I never see you.
What's up?
What's
I
up,
love
girl?
that. That was so cool. What's up, girlfriend? You're a sister friend too. It was awesome. Yeah, that was good stuff.
Thank
You know, that's the best
you.
kind of comedy is satire. You're always going to find something amusing in satire, and because it's so true, there's truth to it, and it's like, you know, it's almost comical, right? Isn't that how it goes?
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like doing
That's
satire.
interesting. Right on.
I like doing satire, but that last part was like really stinging because, you know, they
yeah.
obviously didn't win. So
Yeah, yeah. I felt it too. I was
like,
like,
damn, I hate to see that, but
yeah. Right
it's
on.
okay. We're all going to survive.
Right, right. That's a great affirmation. Cheers to the positivity. Ow.
It's so good to see her.
Yeah. Let's see here. So you remember your Cosmic Catnip line in Groove Trek with the Mitten Kittens?
Yes. I
Top
love
shelf
Groove
Cosmic
Trek.
Catnip, right?
Yeah.
See if I can find that.
These are the voyages of
I
the
love
Diamond.
Groove Trek. So good.
Where is that?
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous. But, not till we start smoking the weed, right? Good times, man. There it is. See, we were talking about doing this too, where we're going to pass the doobie, right?
Yeah.
With Chuck and
Right.
stuff.
Catnip.
That's my favorite line. Cosmic catnip.
Catnip?
Top shelf cosmic catnip.
Top shelf cosmic catnip.
Yeah, the hand comes in. You know what I mean?
So cool. So fun.
Good stuff, though, man. You know, the cosmic catnip.
That's so cute. Yeah, I loved Groove Truck.
Yeah,
It
I'm gonna
was so
start
great. It had some
releasing it. Yeah,
killer songs in that.
yeah.
Gary,
You know,
killer
it's funny because when we did Groove Truck, you know, we used most of my music we used for just like almost like sound effects for transitions. But this guy Warren, I See Monkeys, he shows up to the project. He comes to all the meetings. He comes to all the workshops, and we're working. He's like, "Hey, G-May, man, I got like
He's cool.
50 songs, whatever you need." And I picked out like 9 or 10 that I just thought were, and then I love these. And he's like, "Yeah, just have at it." And I just used them throughout the entire Groove Trek series.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for I See
he's
Monkeys,
cool. I love his
He-
music.
yeah, he is just so awesome. It's unbelievable. I See Monkeys. This guy right here, the guitar player.
Yeah.
Professor Groove Monkey.
Yeah, that was
And
so
we talked
funny.
about that whole Return of the Cats and how I identify as a cat. I remember we were going to do Return of the Cats.
Yeah.
And there's tons of footage. I got all the templates. I mean, it just, for some reason, it just fell apart, man. We fell off the wave.
Yeah.
You know, stuff is
You know,
sometimes,
that can happen really easy
Yeah.
when you have all these different people, and that's why it's, you know, it's hard to keep everybody together, you know.
Right.
I
Yes,
know.
Absolutely.
I know. That's why, you know,
That's kind of where you are with the Kitty Chick too, kind of, you know you're going to do another episode. It's just when, right?
Yeah, I just, it's going to be soon. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to make it about the show, you know, because
Nice.
we have a lot to talk about now. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that makes a great,
Natasha!
really good show. What's up?
I just yelled your name just because I felt like it.
Lisa, no, wow, same. Like pointing back at you. Right on. That's so cool.
I got to
Awesome.
tell you, Lisa, your woke video. I am so in love with that video. I wish I could have sang backups on that. It's just, I
that's
think it's
cool.
just a killerest video
hmm
and a killerest song.
I like
Have you
your
seen
stuff.
the woke song?
I think so. I probably have seen it with you, and
Let's
I always
see, I
like
think-
everything that I see that's Lisa
There it
Noel.
is.
So I'm just like, oh my god, this is so awesome. That's perfect. I
Yeah.
love her. I love how she thinks.
Oh, this one.
Miss Woke, she's out on the street.
I can't really hear it.
Strutting her stuff with rhythm in her feet.
I love the backup
And
singers.
she's got the looks, and when she speaks, boy, she's got 'em all shook.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
she ain't no joke. Keeping it real.
I love it, Lisa.
Always stoked. Always woke, eyes wide open, mind so clear. Gonna fight that fight, make the truth appear. Ooh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. She can't be wrong. She's intelligent, witty, and oh so strong. Raising her voice, standing her ground. Miss Woke, she's the best all around. Ooh,
Oh, really?
I love it.
That's one of my favorite parts is when the backup singers are all, oh, really?
I love how you flow when you are doing your videos, Lisa Noel. You just have such a natural, like a really natural rhythm to like
Can't hear that.
Oh, okay.
I can. Thank you.
Oh,
Okay,
cheers!
okay.
Right on! Yay!
All right, good.
All right on.
I don't have to turn this down as much.
Love you. Thanks.
It's such a killer video.
It is a killer video. Like I would listen to this driving around. Sing along, everything.
Light it.
Yeah.
You got weed, light it up. How much was you want, Natasha?
Oh.
She's the best around.
Love it. Love it. So what a good stream we got going here, man. A lot of good times. Thanks everyone for hanging out.
Yeah. Thanks everyone for hanging out, and thank you, G May, and thank you, Natasha. Man, I don't always get to see her, so that was nice.
Yeah. And we learned something today, folks. We learned where the term 420 came from. These guys
Yeah.
right here.
Yep, those guys right there, the Waldos.
The Waldos, man. Secret code. Beep, 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 beep. 420
means so
out
much.
back. Right.
Yeah, those three.
It's a nice time too, because I think most people that do that whole 9 to 5 thing, right? Well, they're all locked up till 5, so 420s, you get a little jump on them, right? They're all still working,
Well, hopefully, if you have to stay at work until 5, 6, 7, maybe you can sneak off to your car and take a tiny little, these work really nice little hit.
Absolutely. Let's twist up another one. We're going to take a small break, but we will be right back, so don't go away.
Good morning, Polly. It's Tuesday. Got a trailer at the end of the road. A dusty path is where we abode under stars. Life's heavy load. Tuesday comes, we're in cold. Rusty cars and broken dreams. Life ain't easy, oh so it seems. Yet on Tuesday, sun still beams. We find hope right on these streams. Tuesday, oh Tuesday, we're alive in the web park we thrive. Laughing, dancing, we survive. Together we come alive. Old guitars, they start to hum. Beating drums, we hit and strum.
Hi, Allie. Hey, everybody. Welcome. Today I have G-May with me. Hey, G-May.
Howdy, howdy, howdy.
Happy 420.
So
Happy 420, everyone. So, did anyone see the SAG Awards? Did you see the SAG Awards?
Oh, the Saga. These the Saga Awards.
Yeah, did you see them?
I
They
missed
were on Sunday. Did you miss them?
it. What happened? What are these? The winners?
Those are definitely the winners. Yeah,
No. What
we'll talk
exactly?
about it.
What exactly?
Um,
Saga.
yeah, the SEGA Awards. It was on Sunday, and it was pretty inspiring. It was really fun to watch. I personally think that it is definitely an indication of who's going to win the Oscars. Yeah, it was fun. So I mean, they started out the show. The fun thing that they started out the show, they have this. They call it style cam. And you know, at the Oscars, when they take their pictures, they're all stilted. But the style cam, they just let people walk up there, and they're just they just have fun. And their outfits is really cute. Yeah.
Do you think that the industry has changed a lot ever since, like, you have like Netflix and all these different mediums, Hula and this and that, and you can tell that there's a little bit of filming difference between that and how it used to be 20 years ago, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's so different now, actually. There is no specific, these are the months that we shoot the pilots. So all the actors are like, ooh, it's pilot season. We don't really have that anymore. It's all mixed up now, actually. Yeah. And the other weird thing is, like, since living in Hollywood, it's very mixed up because now, I mean, people from Wisconsin or Texas, everybody can, apply to jobs, to Hollywood jobs, where it used to be you had to live here in Hollywood. I mean, things have changed a lot, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I noticed that you see all these actors that used to be like on the mainstream hardcore big corporate film people are now all kind of getting gigs, on Netflix and
Yes.
what are some of the other channels that are out there like that are?
Well, like there's like Netflix, like some of my favorite series right now are on Apple TV.
Yeah, it's
Fucking rocking series on Apple TV, like Severance. Severance is so good. It's really good. Hulu has originals now.
Yeah.
Hulu. So, I mean, some of the like right now. So when they did the SEGA Awards, they started out with the actor in film, and who won the actor in film was Kieran Culkin. It was A Real Pain. You can watch A Real Pain on Hulu right now. That's where I watched it. And so, yeah, I mean, they have so many different, that's it, A Real Pain. And I recommend this film.
And
I
this is
give
on,
this film thumbs up.
This is on Hulu?
Yes, you can see it.
Watch it.
And so that's the interesting things with all these different streaming, because you could just look around and you can find the films that you want to see.
So what's this all about? I haven't seen this, The Real Pain.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, I recommend it. So I watched The Real Pain. I actually was in the mood for something super exciting, right? But this is more character driven, about two cousins that are completely different, and their grandmother died, so she left them money to go to Poland to go on this tour, this Jewish tour on the camps.
Interesting.
Yeah, and it's really character driven, and it's really good writing because without showing a bunch of past scenes, they build Kieran Culkin's character. Like, we could really halfway through. They haven't shown us any past, but we have built what his character is like. And that's good writing. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I have
Yeah.
to have good writing. You know me, and it's just like, I think the last time that I actually went to like an actual movie theater and watched a movie, me and Natasha went, and you're not going to believe this. We went and saw 50 Shades of Grey at the movies. When that come out? Like
Yeah.
2 years ago? Yeah.
Was it funny?
Yeah. And, you know, and then before that, I took my nephew to see like some Tarzan movie. And I can't take the CGI. I need good quality acting and drama. I don't like, you know, Aquaman where it's just all CGI. I just not
Right.
into it, you know.
Right. That one looked like a fucking video game. I didn't see it, but from the ad for Aquaman, it looked like a video game.
Yeah. And
So good.
everyone knows how I feel. I want the Godzilla in the rubber suit. I don't want the CGI Godzilla. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So this room, that was pretty cool.
Yeah. So A Real Pain. So the interesting thing is, so this is what there's like two kinds of actors. There's like the actor who can play parts that are so different from them. And then there's the actor that is so good at playing who they really are. And I think that Kieran Culkin is really like this character. And you could really tell when he gave his acceptance speech.
And
He's just out there.
he won an award for this, huh?
Yeah, he won Best Actor. So I recommend A Real Pain. It's very good. Jesse Eisenberg, the other guy in it, he wrote it. And you can tell, he's the Jewish dude. He's the conservative, shy guy,
Yeah.
And he said that he hired Kieran Culkin only strictly because his sister told him to.
Oh.
And he said that he highly respects his sister. So Kieran Culkin, when he was accepting his award, he thanked Jesse Eisenberg's sister for recommending him. And it was obvious she recommended him because he is exactly like that. So yeah, see that movie. It's good. It's good.
Yeah.
It's really down to earth. Don't expect a lot of exciting things to happen. It's just very character driven.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then so the next one that won in the order in the SAG Awards was Actress in a Series, which is Shogun. I did not see Shogun, and I don't have a photo for Shogun, but it's Anna Sawai, and she's that beautiful young girl, and it's great. Shogun has been just every year. Shogun wins. Fucking,
Wow.
It is like
I've never
just
even heard of
huge
it.
production. Do you remember the Shogun with Richard Chamberlain when you were younger? Do you remember that?
Kind of.
Richard Chamberlain.
No.
Now they redid it so that not all white people are playing the non-white parts. So yeah, so that wins a lot. Then the actor in a series was also Shogun. The female comedy in a series was Jean Smart. Do you guys like Jean Smart? She rocks in Hackers. And I do not watch Hackers,
I'm so
but I wish I did.
I'm so
I
out
think-
of the loop, Lisa. I'm out of the
I
loop.
think Hackers, the reason I don't watch Hackers, which is really tough when something is on HBO, because I don't have HBO. So I don't get to see that one. But I do see Only Murders in the Building. I watched that. That's on Hulu. And Martin Short won male actor for comedy series. And they all rock in this, man. Selena's really cute in it. Who doesn't love Martin, right? I love Steve Martin and Martin Short. And together, they rock. So, and they always have really great guest stars on that. You should watch that, Gary. Do you have Hulu?
I
You
don't
will like it.
like I said, I really don't watch any TV. I don't go to the movies. I do watch Netflix though. I watch Netflix. There's a few programs. I love the documentary.
There are some things I would recommend for you on Netflix for sure.
But I love Martin Short. I go all the way back with him. I mean, I used to watch him in the late 70s. After Saturday Night Live, we would watch Second City Television. Before it was even popular, people really didn't even know about it that much. And I just loved it. The characters that he played on Second City TV, Jackie Rogers Jr., freaking, oh my God, just love him to death.
Yeah, I love them. So that is, I thumbs up on that series. Watch that series. It's really cute.
So what's this old birds in the building? What's the premise?
So they all live in New York in this old, expensive, like, posh building. And so they've had two seasons. And I don't want to give it away. It's about the first season. There's a murder in the building, and then these guys don't really know each other, so they all get together and they have this murder podcast. And then there's another murder in the second season that comes up, but it's like a kind of an over the top comedy. Yeah.
Well, you got some cool people hanging out with us in the chat room. I see Allie Patches in the house.
Hi, Allie.
Rich New Design.
Hi, Rich.
Cool. Seven
Thank
Dust.
you guys for being here.
The Art of Floundering is here hanging out with us.
Has anyone seen any of these movies we're talking about?
I haven't seen any of them myself.
Chime in if you have, please.
Yeah,
So the next one in the line was female actor in a comedy series, and that's Jessica Gunning in Baby Reindeer. I don't have a picture of that either because I don't watch it, so I can't really talk about it, but it looks fucking over the top hilarious. It's about a stand-up comedian who is kind of crazy in his own self, but then he gets a stalker who won't leave him alone. It's a true story.
Wow.
He wrote it, a true story that has happened to him. So I kind of really want to see this series. But I haven't.
I like stalker movies for some reason. I don't know what it is. I'm saying, like, what's those ones? The Hand That Rocks the Cradle. Those.
Oh yeah. Those are all the classics of the women stalkers. Women stalkers are the best, right? Right, Allie?
Action started it all, right? I mean, but there's more. It goes way back, right?
So here's another one on HBO that I've not seen either, is The Penguin. Does anyone watch The Penguin? It looks so styled. The color and everything looks so cool. But Colin Farrell, who is cool, is a great actor.
Is that like the Batman Penguin type thing?
Yes, it is. It is. And it's all dark and the colors are just, it looks good. It looks really good.
I dropped the whole Batman thing like probably 20 years ago. There's a zillion of them, right? A zillion Batmans, right?
There's a zillion. Should we bring up a movie now? Okay, so I watched The Joker. Now, I watched The Joker knowing that it has already gotten the Razzie Award, the worst movie of the year. So I already knew that. So that's why I wanted to see it. I was like, Lady Gaga in the worst movie, one of the worst movies of the year? No.
Yeah.
I saw it. I see why it had problems. It was visually gorgeous. Honestly, it was visually beautiful. But what they did, it was musical, and what they did was really weird. They took a bunch of old, really popular 70s songs, and that's the soundtrack. So it wasn't original music, and it was.
That kind of was attractive to me. I love 70s music. I kind of
I
like
know, and it was all the music that we love, the Carpenters.
it. Yeah.
It just didn't. There was something that didn't fully do it, and so I like after I saw it,
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, I see why people and here's how Joaquin came up with the idea was that he just dreamed it. So maybe he dreamed it, and he's like, this is amazing. So
Wow, that's crazy. This whole Batman series, what is there like? You have Christian Bale, you have Ben Affleck, you have all the people that played Batman. There's like 4 or 5 of them, right?
yeah, who else? Did what's his name?
It's off the top of my head.
J
Yeah.
Lo's Ben
Keaton.
no Ben. I want to say Ben Affleck. Is that his name? He played him too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people did. Yeah, but this is where the female actress. Actually, they don't call it actress anymore. They call it actor. Female actor in
Well, they're not
a
actors,
supporting
they're
role. That I noticed that because when I was jotting down my notes, I wrote actress, and I noticed that they called all the females female actors. And in my business, it's kind of funny. I don't give a shit what people call me, actor, actress. I don't care.
Yeah.
But I have talked to some female actresses, and I've called them an actress, and they're like, "I am not an actress. I'm an actor."
Yeah.
I'm like, "Oopsie, sorry." But this is the movie that I saw that I can talk about. Emilia Perez.
Amelia Perez.
So Zoe Saldana won female actor in a supporting role in motion picture. I love this movie. This is the best movie. Emilia Perez. Now, the reason I say this is because I don't really love musicals. And I heard about this movie and, I want to see it. I didn't even know it was a musical. So I'm watching this movie and I'm watching it and it starts in the singing. Huh?
It's a musical?
Yeah, it's a musical. And they start in the singing and I was like, and about halfway through, I loved it. And the one thing is musicals always take me out of the storyline. I was never taken out of the storyline in this. Everyone was so good in this film.
Wow.
I loved it. I mean, I highly recommend this film.
Without giving it away, I mean, just what was the premise? Is it like boy meets girl, boy loses girl?
No, the premise is basically, well, it's set. The premise is the Mexican cartel.
Okay. So it's the Mexican.
And here it is. Here. It's all about the set in the Mexican cartel, and this is what it's about. If you are stuck in a place where you can't be a good person, what do you have to do to get out of that place so that you can become who you want to be? That's what it's about without giving it away. So it's really good. But the so interesting because Carla Gascon, she's trans. That gives it away. But she was so inspiring. She won a Golden Globe. I think it was a Golden Globe she won. And she got up there in her Buddhist outfit. And she was like, she said what I said. Everyone needs to do whatever they have to do to be who they are so that they can be the best person that they are. Right. And I think she inspired a lot of people, right? So a lot of people, Carla Gascon looked into her and stuff. And that screwed her up. screwed her up, man. So big controversy. People unearthed all of her negative comments and posts that she made. They're really elitist. They're really racist. And she's been kind of banned. She wasn't even at the SAG Awards.
Who's that?
She's Carla Gascon, who played the lead in Amelia Perez. She played the lead, and she wasn't even there because she has so much bad publicity now. Basically, she was sued. So, I mean, in a weird way. I mean, yeah. So, yeah, that was interesting, but that is a great film. It's done by a French guy.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, I don't
I
want to get off on a tangent, but
oh yes,
the actresses are here to entertain us. Sometimes when they start getting doing things that are up and beyond that, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, just stick with acting, Anyway, that's unfortunate that she got in a bunch of trouble. I don't even know who it is. But.
Yes, because I was super inspired. I was like, oh my God, she's gonna be such a cool person. And it's kind of heartbreaking when you're like, oh my God, this person's gonna be so inspiring, and then they turn out to be just super shitty.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I'm gonna it. But
for me personally, when I think of movies, man, I have my favorites, my all time, and usually most of them are films from like a long time ago, where you're like, wow, that was awesome. That. Like, have you ever heard of a movie called The Cincinnati Kid with Steve McQueen? I mean, with Paul Newman. It's called The Cincinnati Kid. It's got Anne Margaret, Carl Malden, Cecil B. DeMille. Oh my God, it's just like one of my favorite movies of all time because the acting, it's like a card movie. It's like set in like the 30s Depression area, and they played this game called Cincinnati. It was a card game that they played. This was really hard to cheat, and all these underground games, and just, man, when you actually look at the storyline, they don't rely on CG. They don't rely on sex and violence. They rely on just good old-fashioned acting, and I love that.
Right.
So that's why I'm kind of out of the loop, because like I said, if I do go to Netflix, I just watch the reality stuff and the documentaries.
Right. You know what, Gary, I would recommend, but I don't think you have Apple TV, but you would love, if you see something and it's from a novel, it's usually really good. This is from a novel. It's called Disclaimer, and it's Kate Blanchett, and she rocks in everything she does. Yeah. She was up for she just didn't win it, but she was up for leading lady in a limited mini series. Disclaimer. Oh my God, that's exactly what you're talking about. The writing is so good. The writing is so good with that. Yeah.
And then there's the movies too where they just really freak you out, where it just leaves an impression on you. Like, still to this day, I can't watch The Exorcist by myself. You know what I mean? You get up, you lock the door, you're like,
yes, this is that. I know.
You know what I mean? It's so good. It's so freaky.
So good. So good.
Type of movies are.
This is the first year that I think ever that the female actor in the leading film role was from a horror movie. I mean, that just blew me away. It's The Substance. And I have like 4 or 5 pictures from The Substance because it's my favorite. I mean, my 2 favorites are Amelia Perez and The Substance. Demi Moore. Demi Moore won the award for the best female actor, and this movie is a horror movie. It's a horror. It's a low budget horror movie.
Oh my God, I love it.
But it's psychological, so when you see it, don't expect to see like a lot of crazy horror scenes. It's more psychological,
Yeah.
but it's about Hollywood. So it rocks. It's about age. It's about a woman dealing with getting older
Wow.
in Hollywood.
That's
And
Yeah.
getting left behind.
I think the last like super corporate mainstream thing that she played in was like Charlie's Angels or something. And that was a big comeback for her because I think she got kind of banished out of Hollywood or something. I'm not sure, but I remember hearing something about that. To hear her come back and get an award, that's pretty cool.
What happened was she married Ashton Kutcher, right? And she drank. She her and Ashton, they tried to have a baby, and she had a miscarriage. She was 6 months pregnant, lost the baby, and she just had a lot of problems. And then she got heavily into drugs, and they broke up. He cheated on her. Do you remember that? And that was embarrassing for her because she was always. That's when she was going on line all the time. I think it was YouTube. I can't remember, but she would always like do like these lingerie stuff, and she would always be like, "This is what Ashton gets to screw every night."
Oh my God.
It was all, but she wasn't thinking.
She was
right.
airing it out.
What?
She was
Yeah,
airing
I
it
mean,
on the internet.
yeah, you don't remember that? All that? Her and oh yeah, oh my God, that was like so long. And then so when they got a divorce, she kept partying, but then she almost died because she was having a party and she did whippets. She was doing wine. She was doing like 12 Vicodin a day, and she almost died. She passed out. They had to take her to the emergency, and she cleaned up. And it's so great to see someone come back, right?
Yeah.
So now she won this award, and I think she's 62.
Wow.
Echo, how old is Demi Moore? Demi Moore is 62.
Is that Alexia?
Yeah.
Glad she's here with us.
So if you need to ask her anything, she can help us.
I like Demi Moore. One of the reasons too is because I don't know that much about this and that, but I did watch, and I know that she treats her ex-husband Bruce Willis, who's suffering from dementia. She treats him really, really well. They got a good relation. She's really compassionate towards that. And I saw her. They were roasting him before it got real bad, and she came on the roast, and you could tell that they still. It's not that they love each other, but they have respect for each other.
Absolutely.
But she was roasting him, and you could just tell that she
have a good relationship.
She was a cool person. They're down to earth. You know what I mean? Yeah.
So it was really good to see that. The Room is my favorite movie. The Room. You mean The Room that was voted the worst film ever made?
Really? And she's
in
it?
No, she's not in that. But I'm just looking at the Art of Floundering podcast, and he said, and
let me get over there.
The room is interesting because I'll tell you why The Room is interesting, because James Franco made I can't remember what year, The Disaster Artist, about The Room. And I remember when that guy who made The Room, he was trying to get that movie out everywhere. I remember he was renting out, he's rich. He was renting out all the little spaces and trying to get people to go to that movie. It was the worst movie ever made.
Wow.
But The Disaster Artist, so James Franco makes The Disaster Artist, and he's booming. He got the Golden Globe too, I think, and he's ready to set up to get the Oscar, and he was Me Too'd.
Wow.
He was teaching at the acting school that I went to called Playhouse West, and he was, sleeping with all the women, and he would be like, okay, this is a orgy scene. We all have to really do it. And I mean, they were doing some bad stuff there.
Yeah.
So he was called out and he was dropped. He didn't get the Oscar. It was just like Carla Gascon, exactly the same thing. So that's kind of an interesting, yeah.
Look, Rich New Design says Val Kilmer. And I got to tell you, I love Val Kilmer so much because
he was probably the sexiest.
He can do so much, man. He plays Jim Morrison. He plays Doc Holliday. And just to be an actor to go from Jim Morrison to Doc Holliday and nail it. And the list goes on and on and on. And what's so unfortunate, it broke my heart the other day because I'd never knew it, but he's not doing that good medically. You have like a tracheometry or something. And
yes.
And you look at him.
He lost his voice.
He was such a beautiful man. He was such a killer actor. He was so vibrant in those roles. You know, you're just like, wow, it's hard to see him like that. You know, it's
right. Like Christopher Reeves and What Happened. You know, they have a documentary like in a couple days, I think, of Superman, of Christopher Reeves. I think it's on CNN. But has anyone seen The Complete Unknown? Because that's about Bob Dylan and Timothy.
I haven't seen that yet.
Chalamet. He won the Best Actor.
Oh, you want to know for it, huh?
Yeah. So that's all for him. Yeah, he won the Best Actor for this movie right here. And when he gave his speech, he said that you know, this took up 5 years of his life. So I don't know if it took a long time to film, or I'm not sure what he meant by that, but
where's that?
Dedication.
Can you watch that on Netflix, or where do you watch something like that?
I'm not sure. I have a feeling that A Complete Unknown is still in the movie theaters. I think that one is still in the movie theaters. And that's also the weird thing, is that sometimes some movies you can see now, some you can't. It's weird.
Hey, I got a question for you. I haven't done it yet, but my brother tells me about it all the time. He says it's awesome. I guess they have these movie theaters now where you go in, you get a recliner, a waiter comes up and takes your order or something like that, or you type it in.
You can have drinks, cocktails.
Yeah, he says it's really expensive though. He goes, you go there, it's like $100 or $200 easily. You know, you get another.
Oh, I didn't know it was that expensive, but
well, I mean,
it could be
like a steak dinner and meals and
exactly. See, that's a fancy, yeah. Yep.
You done that at all?
Only one time with Dina. Remember Dina? On my birthday, she took me to one, and we had cocktails, and I felt weird, like getting really slammed at a movie theater. But of course, you know, smoking is more my thing. I would rather like smoke and watch a movie. But yeah, I've done it. It's kind of weird. Yeah, and you know, I think they're just trying to do everything they can to get people back to the fucking movies. You know.
Yeah, and you know what too is
they're doing what they can to get people to the movies. You know.
Back in the theaters, yeah, and the drive-ins. I haven't been to the drive-ins in a long time, but.
You guys, do we have drive-ins still?
Like that little speaker, and you hung it in your window. Remember that?
Yeah, they brought it back during COVID. Do you remember that? We had some, and it was like, I mean, it was really kind of special. But I think they closed them down.
Yeah.
Because they were not at venues where they were always, you know, they were at weird venues. They were pulling into like.
Me and Natasha. 25 years ago, me and Natasha would go to the drive-ins, and I have like one of those you know, Ram F-150 gigantic trucks. It's real high.
Oh yeah.
And I'd put a queen size mattress in the back bed, and I'd back up, and we'd be in there on a queen size mattress in the back of my truck with just tons of pillows and our own popcorn, and we'd go to the drive-in.
That's
people that are backed in with their truck.
Yes. Yeah, we did everything at the
Love
drive-in.
going to the drive-ins, man. We used to go. We used to party in the 70s. The drive-ins was like the funnest thing to do. You know.
It wasn't just the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, but then, I don't know. When did we? I think it's about the 90s that they got rid of them.
So
Early 90s.
So this Complete Unknown, it's just pretty much like what, just the Bob Dylan story, basically, right?
Right. It's Bob Dylan's biography. It starts when he hasn't made it yet, and it
How old is he now? Ask Alexia how old he is.
who?
Alexia.
Bob Dylan.
Yeah.
Echo. How old is Bob Dylan?
Bob Dylan is 83 years old.
He's 83.
Wow.
Yeah. So this is another one that I definitely want to see. The Complete Unknown. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Here's another one that I also want to see because I love her. Is she was up for a female actress and she didn't get it, but it was so fun that Demi Moore was up for it and Pamela Anderson. Pamela Anderson was up for Best Actress for Showgirl. And I really want to see Showgirl too, but that's still in the movie theater. And that's about a showgirl. That's about Vegas. That's about how they're closing all the big shows. And she's a showgirl losing her job. It looks good. Looks good. So, and I love Pamela Anderson. So she's on this kit. About this character? Do you know about her kit that she's on now that she never wears makeup?
I watched that.
So, yeah. So she looks beautiful without it, but yeah, that's her thing now.
I think she looks absolutely gorgeous as she's aging. She doesn't need any makeup. She's gorgeous, man. And I like that for some reason. I mean, look, anyone can do whatever they want to make themselves look good. I'm into that. But
Yeah,
like Natasha doesn't even wear makeup. I don't think she's.
I know
never
how good she looks.
ever.
Right.
That's
what I love. I love everybody doing their own thing because I love that Pamela's doing that. I mean, at the same time, I love Dolly Parton. I love her.
Fuck, how old is she? Jesus.
Echo, how old is Dolly Parton?
Dolly Parton is 77 years old. She was born on January 19th, 1946.
She.
In Center, Tennessee.
77?
Yep, she's 77.
Well, she's still got some kick in her. I thought she was probably a little older. I thought she would be a little older, but yeah.
Have you seen her outfits? She has the best body. And Jane Fonda has the best body too. And so speaking of Jane Fonda, during the SAG Awards, Jane Fonda was so inspiring. She won a Lifetime Achievement Award.
Yeah.
And Gary and I, we tried to download her speech because I wanted to play it because it brought me to tears, to be honest with you. But she was just talking about how we all need to, rise up. And she said, and by the way, that just means we care about one another. She just rocked her speech, man. Look it up.
I'm a big Jane Fonda fan because, for starters, we all know that she comes from that Hollywood family bloodline, but she's in the beginning, and when you watch these movies that she's in from like the 60s and stuff, right? Awesome acting. She's really, really good. And her life was such a killer life. She's what, 87. She's gone through all these different phases where she's, taking drugs, smoking weed, activist for, civil rights, to, hey, I partied real hard. It's time to get healthy and exercise. She went through all these different phases. And I think she's just a beautiful person. I really do. I love her.
Right. Her, if there's anything, and it's so interesting. She is kind of responsible for us getting the VCR too, because of all her tapes. She promoted that. But I think her, the bruise on her is just when she was doing her activism is when she went to Vietnam and she sat on a commie tank. And then she went to the prisons, and she she went to the prisons, and there were some men who handed her notes, and she handed them to the communists.
Out that she spent a life.
Yeah, they really got down for her for a long time, and I even was kind of bummed about that. But people make mistakes, and we make mistakes.
Everyone does. Yeah, I mean,
when you say you're sorry, or you see that it was a mistake, that's what Carla. If Carla Gaston did that, I think people would have been softer. But she doubled, tripled down with what she said, and it was like, oh gosh. Yeah. It's
no doubt that she definitely lived a life of always trying to stand up for the right cause.
Jane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
and that's important. That's a big thing.
And in her films too, her and her brother and her dad had such awesome films. Who can ever forget Easy Rider? Her brother with Peter Fonda and Dennis Hopper and Jack Nicholson. Great movie.
Yeah.
Movie. He's like, hey man, we're eating their food. But you know who my favorite actor is of all time? Take a guess. Take a guess. No, you don't have to take a guess. There's so many. I was like a needle in a haystack, huh? My favorite actor is a guy named Tom Berenger. I think he is incredible because listen, not only is he Barnes in a World War II movie, he's his character Barnes in Platoon. Okay.
God, I wish we could pull up a picture because I think I know who you're talking about.
Okay. And then he was also the piano man in Eddie and the Cruisers. He played the keyboards. Okay. He's a keyboard player in the movie Eddie and the Cruisers. He was the catcher in a movie called Major League. Tom Berenger is
listen. Now Tom Berenger's not the one who went out with Heidi Fleiss, is it?
Is what?
Does anybody know? Is Tom Berenger the dude who went out with Heidi Fleiss?
I'm not sure. I just know his movies. The point I think what I'm trying to make is, because I don't think you've seen too many of those films, is like you talked about earlier, where he plays one character and then he's over here playing another character that's just completely fucking
he's a method actor.
Into it. You wouldn't even know it. You would be like, wow, really? Okay, he plays that and that,
Yeah.
Major League is like a baseball movie about the Cleveland Indians with Charlie Sheen, Tom Berenger, Wesley Snipes. It's a baseball movie.
I was just like, it's interesting how we can actually watch what happened to all these people's lives. I mean, Charlie Sheen, he's kind of sick right now. He has AIDS.
Well, it's weird too. You notice how a lot of them will get into the buzz where they always kind of play in each other's movies. Because look, Charlie Sheen and Tom Berenger both played in Major League, which was a huge hit. They both played in Platoon, which was directed by Martin Scorsese.
Huge.
Platoon won tons of awards. So yeah, it's weird how you kind of, see the same people, in movies. You're always going to get the same little clique of people,
Yeah.
How do you feel?
Some people are just what?
Western movies.
Yeah, Westerns are not really my favorite.
Yeah. There's a lot of
What's
cool
your favorite
old
Western? Are they your favorite?
The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly with Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, that's I mean classic.
Yeah, you know, and the music
Good.
soundtrack, and there's something about
My favorite bad guys in that.
there's something for me as a young male growing up in the 70s and maybe early 80s. It's bizarre how it sounds. You could always, now you can find them anywhere, but back then you can only find a good old school cowboy movie on a Saturday afternoon. Back then there was something, I guess it's a guy thing or something, I don't know, but watching an old Western on a Saturday afternoon
Right.
was just like magic for a young dude growing up. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that is a thing. That is a nostalgia thing that we don't have anymore.
Yeah.
TV used to be different because TV used to be very, we had what, 5 channels, everything came on a certain, I remember my mom sent us to the Saturday matinee and we would pay with, this makes me sound really old, but I lived in a really tiny town. We would pay with Pepsi tops and she would just leave us there all day. Like it was in the middle of the city and we were like 5.
Yeah.
We don't do that with kids anymore, but
I think it was around 1978 or 79 is when the transition really took place, because back then, you had the TV, you had the rabbit ears, you had the VHF, the UHF. You get 3 or 4 channels here, then you switch it over to UHF and you get like channel 20 and 36 and 44, and you watch the Flintstones. And it was about 1978. All of a sudden, the cable companies started coming out, and they gave you this little box. It was an A-B switch. Remember that? You switch it over to A or B, and that's how you got more channels. On A, and then you get more channels. You switch the box over to B, and you get more channels. And then that was like the very first one. And you got to remember, I'm in the 9th grade at that point, smoking weed. So I saw when the whole transition come to go from that A-B box. The next one was you got like a little box, and then you had the different channels that you click through. That was just right around 1979, 1980. And the same thing with the telephone. Back then, if you wanted a phone, you called the phone company, and they came out and they installed the phone. And then right around 1980, they're like, "Oh, we don't do that anymore. You got to go buy your own." They were like, "What? We got to go buy a phone? There's a phone company. Come put a new phone in, And that's when they started selling phones, and they started introducing, caller ID, and before if someone called, you write down a little note on a piece of paper and you'd put it in a basket.
Yeah.
But it was right around that when television and phone kind of took off, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And water too, because back then I remember it was like maybe 1981 they started selling bottled water. It's like, what? Water? Right? You know what I mean?
Faucet, huh?
All right. So what was after the Bob Dylan movie?
Well, the last winner was Ensemble Cast, and that's Conclave. Now, Conclave, I've heard it's an amazing film. It's about picking the next pope, but I'm not fully, I don't know. I might see it, but there's a lot of other films I want to see before Conclave. But it was with Isabella Rossellini, which I do love her. And, yes, Tom Sizemore. Thank you. Tom Berenger is the other Tom. Because Tom Sizemore, I was like, oh yeah, he was obsessed with Heidi Fleiss, and that was a weird story. So yeah, Conclave. It was the last one that won. Yeah. And another film that I saw this year, it wasn't up for any awards, and it should not have been, but I didn't really love it, and I was excited to see it. Was The Fall Guy. Did anybody see The Fall Guy? Because that's, yeah. So yeah, The Fall Guy was it's a lot of dialogue, and it just, you know what that was supposed to be about, right, Gary?
Which movie are we talking about now?
Fall Guy.
Oh, The Fall Guy?
Yeah, it was based on the TV series. Now, I never saw the TV series. Did you? Fall Guy?
Oh, no, The Fall Guy TV series?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's ringing a bell. I kind of remember it. Yeah, I watched The Fall Guy. I would have to like see it a little bit to just kind of bring it all back. But yeah, I watched The Fall Guy.
Who was that? Was it the $6 Million Man guy who was in Fall Guy?
No, that's Steve Austin.
Yeah.
Who married Farrah Fawcett.
Yes. I always had a crush on Farrah.
But this is, let me see if I can share this. This is Tom Berenger. Maybe this will ring a bell.
Yeah, let me see. That's your favorite actor?
Yeah. You see this dude?
Oh, yeah. He's
Tom
awesome.
Berenger. Like, this is Barnes from Platoon. He played just so many good characters.
Platoon. That's that really good.
Eddie and the Cruisers. He was the keyboard player.
Yeah, he's so good. Yeah.
I wonder how old he is. But look, there's if you've never seen Platoon, it's
How old
probably
is Tom Berenger?
Tom Berenger is 75 years old.
Tom Berenger is 75 years old.
he plays in a lot of old films too. He played in this one where he was like I forget the name. It's a really famous movie. He played like a homosexual from New York or something. So his career has just been just all these different characters. And if you've never seen Platoon,
I have. It's so amazing.
It's an amazing movie, man.
Like an apocalypse. It's just like you have to like, yeah. I think one of my favorite dudes is Matthew McConaughey.
I love Matthew McConaughey so much. I love him. From
Who is the guy?
It was such a killer movie.
What movie?
Dazed and Confused.
Everything he does is killer, but yes, that was good. Great.
He was a teenager. It was his first movie. It was about a bunch of stoners graduating in 1970s Texas. It's called Dazed and Confused. Really cool movie.
So look, the Art of Floundering podcast says he highly recommends Conclave. There you go. Thank you.
We're coming up to Conclave soon, right? Did I show that?
I have a poster of Conclave. No, show it. They were cute. They all came up together because they won Best Ensemble for Conclave. So the four actors went up on the stage. Yeah, that's just it right here. Yeah.
What's this all about? Conclave.
I wish he could tell us, but it's about picking the new pope. That's what it's about. It's about picking the new pope when they have to replace the pope, and all the everything that goes on with that. And I love John Lithgow. He's great.
Nice.
Yeah.
So we have this Substance movie. That's
a
horror movie. I've never even heard of it. Is this what she won the award for?
Yes, this is what she won the award for, and it's this kind of off indie horror movie made by this woman, Coralie Fargate. Demi said this. She said it landed on her desk and she read it, and she said she couldn't turn it down. This is a picture of the substance. So it's that's what it's about. It's about,
An
her
epic,
trying
it's
to.
an epic, audacious horror masterpiece. That's what they said about it.
Yeah. So it is so interesting that she won on a horror movie. Yeah. And, Dennis Quaid. I forgot about Dennis Quaid. I love Dennis Quaid. Dennis Quaid is in this movie, and he rocks. And the young girl in this, I just saw her in another movie, and she's really cute. She's really good. Yeah.
That's a weird picture, huh?
Yeah, it's a weird picture. Again, when you go to see this movie, just know that it is an independent film. Because I was kind of expecting horror, crazy, but the scenes are kind of limited. The sets are kind of limited.
What's the definition of an independent film? Does that mean it's not bankrolled by corporate people?
Yeah, and kind of when I think of an indie film, definitely it's, independently, it doesn't have a lot of money. So, it doesn't have any big special effects. It doesn't have a lot of,
Funding.
Yeah.
I think, that's one of the things that kind of didn't appeal to me as far as like mainstream films, where I dropped off completely. That's probably why I've never really seen a lot of these, is because I just, the CGI and I never felt there was good quality films, man.
The most interesting thing is Hollywood is kind of favoring the independent films. And you could really see that in the winners in this, because they were all kind of independent films. I mean, who was snubbed? Angelina Jolie. Hers was independent, though, but in Maria. And Gladiator, which was not independent, was snubbed.
Right.
And that's Washington. He was pretty much snubbed. And really favoring the independent films.
Yeah.
Real Pain, Leah Perez, Showgirl, and The Substance with Demi Moore. This is going to be, I personally think this is going to be Demi's big comeback. I do. I think we're going to be seeing her more. And I think, she was really fragile and emotional in her speech. And at the end, she just, it was really funny. The Sega word must be really flipping heavy, because every single person was like, "Oh, this is heavy." Yeah. But at the last, she looked at it and she was just like, she kind of was lost for words, and she was like, "The little girl inside of me thanks you," and she was misty-eyed. So, it meant a lot to her, and I think it's going to bring her back. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Lee Majors was in The Fall Guy. That's got.
Yes, that's what I thought it was. Lee Majors.
I remember it.
And
I think he had Heather Locklear was like his little.
Yes.
Female.
So the film is different than a little bit different than that setup, but what is the guy in the film and the guy in Barbie? Ryan Reynolds Ryan Gosling or Ryan Gosling.
Ryan Gosling.
Ryan Gosling is so great, and he's just coming out of Barbie, and then he did Fall Guy.
I liked that movie, The Notebook, because it was good writing, it was good acting. You fell in love with these characters, Noah and Allie. See, when you can recite something without, it's not like I'm looking at anything or looking at notes or anything. I'm just going, we're just ad-libbing. We're going, you remember characters, you know that those actors did something right?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
And those are the type of movies I like, where there's not some type of religious or political message that they're trying to use that movie as a vehicle for. See what I'm saying?
So you like films that are like more like about a slice of life every day?
Or it's just, yeah, that is someone's imagination, and then they've said, hey, I'm going to make this film, like, and that's usually the older ones. Like, you ever see that movie with James Caan when he was really young? It was called it's like from the 50s or something, called Lady in a Cage. Ever seen that?
No.
Where it's like a real highbrow area in Hollywood, and she's an old actress, and she's paralyzed. She's in a wheelchair, but she has this elevator that takes her to the different floors in her house. And one day she was stuck in it, so she hits the alarm, and the alarm goes off on the outside of her house for help. But a bunch of lowlife thugs show up and abuse her, and it's got a great ending. They live in her house, and they take a bath, dysfunctional shit, But the point is, it's just a fucking old movie. It's just the killerest acting and the killerest story. That's the kind of shit I miss. You know what I mean? So when you go to this stuff where, like these movies where there's always just like I was saying, where there's like a political message or a religious message, you're just like, oh man, is this an infomercial or is this a movie? Like, I'm not bagging on any one religion, but I'm just saying, like 2012, Noah's Ark. You know what I mean?
I mean, if they're really slighted conservative,
they all got CGI in it, and it's just like, you're just like, man, can I just go get a movie that's got a cool storyline?
Well, you know what? The Old Man on Hulu, I highly recommend that too. Who is the guy who plays the dude? He's in The Old Man. And it's so good. It's like about kind of espionage, government, Echo, who played the dude? The dude was played by Jeff Bridges. Jeff Bridges. Yeah. Remember we had a scene and we were talking about Jeff Bridges, Gary?
Yeah.
Jeff Bridges. I love Jeff Bridges. Jeff Bridges in The Old Man. That is a good series, and that's on Hulu.
I think because we can all relate to the character of the dude, right?
Huh?
You know what I mean? We can all relate to that type of character. Just having smoking some weed. The dude.
That's great.
Like that. You know what I mean? I got like 3 or 4 friends that are just like the dude,
Yeah.
But hands down, one of the greatest 2 movies of all time, Dumb and Dumber and Dumb and Dumber 2.
So funny. I don't think I saw
so
this.
Funny. It's unbelievable, dude. It's just
so funny. So you like Jim Carrey, right?
Well, I mean, it's just more of the writing. The acting is good, but the writing is just side splitting.
I like Jim Carrey. He's such a different person now.
They want to open up an ant farm store. It's like, wow, that's not a good idea. You know what I mean? So it just goes on and on, When they find the suitcase and they think the person's named Samson, but it's the name of the luggage. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they are so classic. Here's a musical that I do love, is Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Oh, yeah. I did it.
So I mean, it just like can just be funny now, and it spans all these years. It holds up.
Yeah, because that was the entertainment back then, in the sense that when we talked about, hey, there's only 3 channels on the television, it's 79, 80. There used to be these places. You remember these? It spilled into the 80s and 90s a little bit, but it was really big in the late 70s, where you went to these midnight stuff, or whether they were showing Three Stooges, or they were showing bizarre movies, or they were doing the Rocky Horror, and the people were really down front acting it out. And
Yes. Everybody got together in a group and did things. Even if we watched TV, we all were watching it together because we knew that. We were
Right.
all watching The Cosby Show, or we were all watching, whatever, Family Ties, or whatever it was. We're all watching it together,
they
and
used
that's
to-
what's so different now is
Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin's all remains the same. You go and you sit, and they put it on this thing with lasers, and that a lot of that stuff doesn't exist. And you think about it, man, the stuff they could do nowadays. Maybe I'm out of the loop. Maybe there's stuff like that, but you actually were involved in it. You threw the rice, you threw the toilet paper. When she said Janet, everybody screamed out Janet. In the 80s and 90s, I went a couple times where no one was acting out front. No one was throwing rice and this and that. No one was. There's all kinds of stuff you need to repeat during the movie.
Yes.
And like, where's your neck and stuff like that. So to be part of that, I'm sure there's probably somewhere where you can go where they're still doing it full blown, right?
I think in Hollywood, they used to have, a couple years ago, they still had midnight. They would do the Rocky Horror Picture Show, and everybody would do their thing. Yeah. But COVID kind of screwed up a lot of things, honestly. Yeah.
Yeah. What are you going to do? The world's an imperfect place. I'm going to light this joint.
I'll join you.
But like you said too, it's nice. I think I should give these movies a try then, because that's what kind of turned me off about it. But I think there's so many alternative mediums now instead of just the corporate.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I don't think Aries really heard too much, so I have been wanting to ask you. Tell me how. So I made you watch Barbie because Barbie is a satire kind of Barbie, and what did you think? You were like pretty down on it. Was it just the commercialism of it, or what?
It's not like I didn't like the Barbie movie. I watched it, but I certainly think that things are designed for certain temperaments and certain people, man. They really know what they're doing. I mean, I think first off, it did have a good message. Self-empowerment. Doesn't matter who you are. Doesn't matter if you're a guy or girl, this, that. We're all human. You should be proud of who you are, right?
Yeah. Right.
But it's just, I don't know, maybe only watching it once, too, has something to do with it. But for me, it's, I really don't, the computer generated stuff just really, really gets me. And it has to be like that for that movie. So don't get me wrong. You know what I mean?
Right, because it's Barbie. Although, listen to this. You know the beach, all the beach scene? They rented out a huge studio in the valley, and they created the whole beach inside a studio. They created that beach. But I know, like, her when she was driving and little things and stuff. This is what I like about the Barbie movie. I know that it was Margot Robbie's idea, and she went to them. So in a way, it was an independent film. It was Margot's idea. It was Margot's script. She had this other woman, I can't remember her name, Greta, directed it and helped write it. And so it was kind of exciting because it was all a woman's project, and Mattel let them do it. And that they put all this money. They spent like $100 million. Oh, we didn't talk about Wicked yet. They spent $100 million on Barbie, just on advertising for it. But what us actors love about that is it brought people back to the movies. It saved the industry practically, because we were coming out, doing the strike thing. But Margot Robbie, it was exciting that she did this, because what she tried to do before Barbie is she actually wrote a Harley Quinn, and she wanted to do this whole woman Harley Quinn thing, and they were like, no, they wouldn't let her do it, because they didn't want her to have control. They want to do stuff like that. So I thought it was neat that she got to do Barbie and bring Barbie to, a real person. That was fun,
Yeah.
Barbie is important. And I mean, when Barbie came out, I don't know if you've seen, Gary, you're on my Facebook, but a bunch of dudes just like freaked out, were like attacking, like, Barbie is such a terrible thing. She makes women feel like they have to be skinny. When you're playing with Barbie, you're little. You have no pressure to be skinny. You don't give a crap. Number one.
They have the
And
pressure of magazines and fucking.
we're not thinking about that.
Right.
What was exciting for us was that Barbie, for me, was that Barbie was the first doll that I didn't have to take care of. Barbie had boobs. She was an adult. Barbie could have a life. All my other dolls were baby dolls. They were babies. We could just, give them a bottle. But Barbie, we could buy her a Corvette. And she could have G.I. Joe as a
Right.
So she was exciting to us, because she allowed us girls to, be creative.
I can imagine it. And my take on it is that I thought it was innovative. I thought it was pretty cool, because they tried blending these different mediums and stuff. And then also too, it's got to be it's appealing, because for people that, like, if I grew up and I was a girl that played with dolls and Barbies, I would love it. I'd be like, oh, finally they made a Barbie. Let's go.
That's how we felt. Yeah.
Like, a movie about, like Rounders. You ever seen that? With Matt Damon. Rounders are the card players.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I know of it.
My point is, that's where I'm like, hey, I want to go see that. See, so I bet Barbie was kind of cool, but then there's probably some of the Barbie community that are like, well, I don't like the way they did it, but I thought it was cool. I thought that
they did have to be careful.
It hold my attention, because I'm not in the CGI. I didn't grow up using Barbies and stuff. You know what I mean?
Right.
What kept me in it was just to see what they were doing, and then it was actually kind of cool how she went from the Barbie land, right, to like the real world. So that was kind of cool. Kind of bought into that a little bit,
Yeah. And I like the actors. I like her, actually. I like her a lot. And I like Ryan Gosling. He was adorable as Ken.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And you got to love Will Ferrell. So how could you not like Will Ferrell? He's played so many goofy characters,
Yeah.
There's I am Dr. Rick Marshall. You are Chaka. I am smarter than you. Lost in, what's that movie? Lost in the river raft. They go down the river. He's Dr. Rick Marshall, and there's Chaka, the little monkey, and I forget. It was an old
I don't know.
One of his best movies, man. But you know what movie that I want you to watch? I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's probably the greatest movie ever, at least for me. See, that's the thing too, because I think you and I are, like, I'm into like a lot of the Mel stuff. You're into a lot of the, you know what I mean? I'm into the cards, horse racing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A movie called Deuce Bigelow, European Gigolo. It is hilarious. It's called Deuce
Well, is that the
Bigelow.
comedy? That's not Ben Stiller, is it?
No, Ben Stiller's
No,
on.
is that Andrew Dice Clay? No. Who is it?
I'm not sure. But speaking of Ben Stiller, man, his stuff is crazy, isn't it? My favorite is the Heartbreak Kid. You ever seen that?
Oh my God.
The
See, that one
Heartbreak
just-
Kid. Oh my God.
See, we're so funny. Is that you've seen a lot of these older, like really funny, good.
The actress, I forget her name, but she's been in all kinds of shit. She's fucking awesome, man. She's all. But the premise basically is he's just a kind of goofy little dude, lives in San Francisco, owns a sporting goods store, always trying to find love, meets this girl, everything's perfect. For weeks, they just fall in love and they do all the cliche stuff and they laugh and they're together and they're so happy. And now they're going to go down to Cabo San Lucas. So they drive down there and now she's actually just completely fucking psycho.
Crazy.
All her shit starts unsurfacing. She's got a deviated septum, and she's got like shit coming out her nose as they're eating. And then she's all, and at first it was all like PG and vanilla. And then she's like turning into a total tyrant. And then she's like, well, I still got to pay off the $50,000. And he's like, $50,000? What? Because they're getting planned to get married, right? Yeah. So I told you about my cocaine addiction and how I owe, and then when they finally make love, he wanted it all special with candles and she was with like gangbangers and owned all kinds of money. And she's like, you want to pile drive? And just, anyway, you've got to see it. It's called The Heartbreak Kid, man. And who else is in it? Megan McConaughey. I love her. Megan McConaughey? Megan McConaughey. Yeah. Megan McConaughey.
No, I can't picture who that is. No. If you wouldn't tell me who the girl, the lead is, I probably wouldn't know.
But they get down there, she gets sunburned, and it's just a cool movie, man. And he meets the different girl down there, and anyway, man, these movies, I'd say up to the 90s, I always watched them all. I could recite. You could name a movie, and I could recite shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think so. This is one movie that never rom-coms. I really never liked them. Romantic comedies. I really haven't watched very many of them.
Right.
I don't know why.
Yeah. There's a slew of them. They all started with, they all started a long time ago, but like Sleepless in Seattle, right? That kind of shit.
Meg Ryan. Yeah.
Right.
See, I don't really watch like that. But what is your favorite horror movie?
Horror movie is there's a fine line for me with horror movie. To me, there's horror movie where you're scared because you're scared, but the slasher movie stuff, I'm not into that at all. I'm not into like pretending to stab people, kill people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But horror is different. Like we talked about The Exorcist.
Like suspense. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or Dawn of the Dead.
Yeah.
So
right. Like I think
like.
my favorite is Angel Heart. Have you seen that one? With Lisa Bonet and Mickey Rourke.
No, I haven't seen that one.
Gary, you gotta see that one. That is your kind of horror movie. It's smart. It's really good.
Yeah.
It's really good. It's Mickey Rourke is the main character, and he's
Mickey Rourke.
trying to figure out who he is.
Right.
Good.
But good horror is good horror. Like the very first Hellraiser. Remember that?
Oh, that's
like
yeah. He's scary.
weird stuff like that, you know.
I mean, Nightmare on Elm Street, I did think that was good. That was scary. That really scared me. Getting you in your dreams.
Right, because because of the vehicle that they used to present the movie was a trip. You know what I mean? Where you had to be dreaming, right, or something like that.
Yeah, and he played. He
That was
good
creative,
at that
yeah.
character. Yeah.
But like I said, mainly for me, I like drama. I like acting. I like fucking Bogart, you know, Katharine Hepburn. Was that movie?
Yeah.
There's a bunch of them, but Casablanca.
Yeah.
Oh
Yes.
man, the acting! You got the
Fantastic,
Germans coming in singing their anthem, and they're all existing with each other in Casablanca, but then they all go off and kill each other and hate each other.
Yeah. Since you watch these kind of movies, let me ask you this, because this is the first movie I saw like that when I was younger. And, you know, I was just blown away. And it was way too, you know, up here for me, but it was called Whatever Happened to Sweet Baby Jane.
Love it.
Have you seen
Yeah.
that?
And her sister, right? Yeah, and she's like, baby
It's only
Jane.
those two. It's only, you know, Betty Davis and Joan, and it blew me away. And I was like, whoa.
Absolutely. One of my favorite movies. That's what I mean. And then, like we were talking about earlier too, Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf?
Yes.
I mean, Elizabeth and Robert Burton and
Taylor.
the entire time interacting and acting like a real couple, like they were, but within these characters.
Yeah.
And then
They
you
were
got
like that on a hot roof.
and then the other two, only two people, there's only 4 people in the movie. The other 2 were George Segal and I forget her name. But it was just bizarre. Fucking one of the greatest movies, you know, that you watch. You're just like, there's a bunch of movies like that, I think, too, where there's only so many people in the cast, right? 3 people or 2. See, some is just 2 people. That's hard.
You know, here is someone I do love too. You know, I don't know his person, but I love his work, Jack Nicholson. And I loved his work in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Oh, absolutely.
What was that character's name? I think it was Howard P. McMurphy. Howard P. McMurphy. That was such a good film. I loved that Indian guy. I wish I could remember his name. He was amazing.
Yeah, when you buy into the characters like that wholeheartedly is when you know that they're doing the right thing, because you're buying into it totally. You're just like, wow, you feel for these characters, you see it, and then it's just so real. You know what I mean?
Okay, let me ask you this, Gary. Have you seen the movie Network? It's that old.
Yeah, 1976, Faye Dunaway, right?
Yes. What do you think?
I don't
That
know.
guy was named Howard Beals. I remember that. His character was the one who said, "I'm as mad as hell." Or shout from your windows, "I'm as mad as hell. I can't take it anymore." Remember?
Yeah,
That's
I mean, it had the good punchline there, but for me, it was a little too slow. It didn't develop quick enough for me. It was more just like, okay, kind of going through the motions,
Yeah,
Moving
Faye
on.
Dunaway, she was hot.
Yeah.
She was great. Chinatown. Yeah.
Watching older movies for me, like I said, I kind of the same way with music too. After like right around the 2000s, I couldn't tell you, Lisa, Drake, this, that, Taylor Swift, all those people. There's a zillion of them. I couldn't even tell you one fucking song. Okay. Seriously, on the top Billboard 100, Nyjah, Nicki Minaj, this and that, and Bruno Mars. I don't know. No, what I'm saying is, I can't recall and sing one song. But
Right.
up until like the late 90s, okay, I can tell you the Billboard Top 100 for every fucking year.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened, but just with film and music, I kind of dropped off in the 2000s. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
And it's also, with along with film, like same thing. We have so much of it. It's just so much now.
Yeah.
So much. So, you have so much to choose from.
And then
You
this
know?
whole reality thing kind of came into play, about 20 years ago, right? Right, reality TV and acting, or if you want to call it acting, right?
We got reality shows because of the strike a long time ago. Yeah, we had a strike, and then they were like, what are we going to do? Let's find unscripted material. And it just hit, And,
Yeah.
And people just love that whole voyeur thing. We haven't gotten rid of it. We still haven't gotten rid of it. We still have reality shows all the time.
And let's not forget about, I'm old school. So daytime drama, I don't know if you were into that in the 70s, but that was all the rage.
You mean like soap operas?
Soaps.
Yeah.
Like it was, and even though I haven't watched it in probably 20 or 30 years, okay, I can still remember. It was One Life to Live, All My Children for an hour, and then it went to One Life to Live, and then it went to General Hospital.
Yeah.
Luke
and then there was Young and the Restless. Remember that? Young and the Restless?
The what?
Young and the Restless.
I didn't do the Young and the Restless. I did the ABC, because the different channels, it was ABC, NBC, CBS, they all had their different versions, right?
Yeah. They all had their own.
Weird, you know what I mean? And then the nighttime took it over. Remember with the Dallas and
Dynasty.
And
Yeah.
and I think what pioneered all that was the Thornbirds and Roots in the late 70s. They were the first ones where, because I remember it specifically because when it came out, I'm in the 6th, 7th grade, so I'm pretty much together. I'm smoking weed. I'm trying to figure shit out, right? And that was the first one where it was just like episode 1, and then next week episode 2, episode like these mini series started.
Yes. No. Yeah. You're right.
And then they were like the two model. The Thornbirds was with Richard Chamberlain, where he was like
yeah, I remember. They also had another one.
It was kind of sick when you think about it. It was like a priest that fell in love with the,
Yeah.
That spilled into. Did you watch any of those Passions? Remember that? It was
no.
Soap opera. They had a couple of these parody soap operas. Passions, Soap.
Soap is, yes. I used to, this is so weird. I used to, when I was in college, we would get together and watch reruns of Soap, and we would all get high. It was so funny. I don't know why we did that. But
right.
Yeah.
Time for the big guns. Now, let's talk about Disney. Wicked.
Yeah, Wicked. I have not seen it, and I'm so excited to see
I haven't seen it. What's weird is I heard about it, but I have no idea what it's even. I mean,
yeah. It's supposed to be before. It's the witches before the Wizard of Oz, and how they
wait. Let me
how they became who they are. And
it's about the witches before the Wizard of Oz, like the good witch and the bad witch.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So they went to witch school together, and I don't know. It's the story of how they separated and how she became green because she wasn't always green.
Wow, and they probably have like names for them, right?
Yes, they have names for sure. Yeah, all I can't remember their names, but it looks beautiful. I'm really excited to see that. Yeah, I mean, listen, remember we were talking about Barbie, and they gave the commercial $100 million on commercials. Wicked was $150 million on advertisements alone.
Wow. Well, I gotta tell you, seriously, this is all completely new to me. I'm glad I just found this out because even how I didn't play with Barbie, so I don't gonna go relate to the Barbie movie too much. I
Right.
love the Wizard of Oz, so I'm gonna completely relate to this. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, this is from the Broadway musical. That was so
Oh,
big
oh,
that I never
Broadway.
got to see that. I always wanted to see, so now I can just watch the film.
Wow. So that's
Yeah,
interesting.
and
I like the
this-
backstory of the witches.
yeah, it's the backstory of the witches. So I'm excited to see that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm gonna check that out. I wonder where you can watch it at.
yeah, it's at the movie theater still.
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
no, you can rent it. You can pay $20 and rent it right now on.
Oh, so if you have
Some-
like Dish TV or something.
I don't remember which one you can rent it on. Maybe Hulu. I can't remember. But yeah, you can rent it right now for like $20, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How cool is that? That's
But I'm
cool.
just trying to wait a little bit. Still cheaper. What?
That's really cool premise.
Yeah, I heard Cynthia's voice. Have you heard her sing? She has a beautiful voice. Her name is Cynthia. That's Ariana Grande and Cynthia. I don't remember her last name.
Oh,
but
Ariana Grande plays one of the witches.
yeah, that's Ariana.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
She's
and it's really cute. I think they got along really well because they're like really close friends. So I always like to watch things when good friends do scenes together.
yeah, she is. I'm not like I can't really tell you any of her songs because I don't know any of them. But the reason why I know she has a really good voice is because I watched this one clip of her where she's singing the same style as they showed like 7 different other singers: Whitney Houston, Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, and she was like, it sounded just like them. She's that good.
Yeah, she's got I love her voice.
You know what I'm saying? She could sing any other. She could sing it in the style of Adele. She could sing in the style of Celine Dion. She can. That's fucking hard to do, man. I can barely do a rusted fucking cowboy. Okay.
She has a beautiful voice, and she's from she was a little girl actor. She was from I think iCarly. I think that was the one that she was from, but yeah, she's
Here's what
she's a little actress.
I watched her brother Frankie. Okay, she has a brother named Frankie.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, and he was on Big Brother about 10 years ago, and that was his thing. Hey, Ariana Grande's my sister. You know, and I know you don't do Big Brother, but Big Brother is a breeding ground for CBS for their programming. It's where they breed their actors. Because they have this one show, it's called Big Brother, where they,
I don't watch it. I mean, but it has been on for a long time.
right. What they do is they take 16 people, put them in a house, everybody voyeurism for 3 months. And the people bond with them because they are on every week, all summer long.
Yeah.
And they're they all live in the same house, and then they vote them out each week. One person has to leave. Everybody votes them out. So you can see how that'll make enemies, right? But anyway, 80% of all those people go on to play in all their shit because people already like them. See what I'm saying?
Right.
In other words, the system, whether it's movies or music, it's the same type of trip where it used to be like, oh, well, we're going to sign you. We hope everybody likes you. Well, now, no, they just have shows like The Voice, or American Idol, where they say, hey, out of all these people who you like the best, and then everybody likes that person because everybody voted for him to win, and that's how they get their little carry in the woods, and they don't have to rely on just I hope it works. They know it's going to work because they just made a lot of money and a lot of exposure and put a lot into this person to be the number one. But the only thing is that person is just an employee of theirs.
And now somebody can come into an agency. Oh, look how many people like me on YouTube. Look at this. Look at that. We can make our, look at Childish Gambino. Look at all these people who have actually created themselves independently and then gone and,
Yeah.
Of course they're going to pour money into that,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. An actor has to work a lot harder now in a way because there's so many people that are self-promoting.
Right.
Yeah.
And then, and that's just part of the acting and the thing. That's why I'm telling you, even though you don't know much about it, you should check it out because you would be a perfect fucking candidate. I'm telling you. I wanted to send a videotape to them of you. Remember years and years ago, I go, Lisa, man, you should get on Big Brother. Because I'm telling you.
Look at me. I would be like, people would yell at me and fight with me all the time. They'd be like, Lisa, stop smoking weed.
I'm telling you,
no.
The producer, I know the executive producer's name. I know her email. You email her a videotape of that you want to be on the next Big Brother. Because they have it every year. They're on, this is Big Brother 30, I think. It's been 30 years.
Nobody wants to see me on Big Brother, Gary.
No, it launches so many careers, man.
Well, I am trying to launch.
And next thing you know, you're on an episode of Jax, and you're on a fucking,
See, now I want that, but I don't know, if it's going to be starting off on Big Brother. Okay.
All right. And then you
But feel free to send me in. Feel free to submit me, Gary.
Well, no, we make a video. Hi, I'm Lisa. It's funny. That's what they do. That's why I actually like that show because they've stayed true, even though it is a lot of plants in the sense that these are all just people that want to get in the business in Hollywood that are applying for it. They try to make it seem like, hi, I'm Candy and I'm from North Carolina. And, they try to get all this different diversity, but really it's just a different diversity of actors that are trying to get in the business. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It was an
same
experiment.
like America's Got Talent and some of those other ones. So some of those people are, they haven't hit it big yet, but they're kind of professional already. The comedians, this one comedian lady, she was on America's Got Talent. She was a working comedian already. These people are already professionals in their sense.
Right, they bring them in like, what's your name? I'm Cindy from Missouri.
I just give groceries to people, but really they are.
Yeah, it's so fabricated. Everything, what you.
That's why I don't watch the reality shows because I don't trust them.
Right, and no much how it's to me with reality. It's like, well, how much reality can it be if they know the fucking camera's on?
Well,
like or something. You know what I mean? It's like
also once you understand it's on the network, it's a union job, which means yes, it is scripted because they have to know what these people are going to say. They can't just say whatever they want. They have to have time. It's so crafted, and it kind of bothers me.
A new skeleton where like she's gonna go to his house and then he's gonna go to his house, right?
Yes, they know how you're gonna end up in this. Yeah, you can improv in between the lines.
There's Mainly what got me to, because like I said, I kind of detached when I started recording all my music and started making my own videos. That's been for like the last 7 years. I've been making all this, that I have on my content, I have on my shit, right? And that's one of the reasons why I kind of dropped out from all that too, because I didn't want it to affect what I was creating. You know what I mean?
Yes.
You know what I mean? So, yeah, man.
Yeah, I mean that's very important. And I was thinking about being an artist, and I was watching Cyndi Lauper, and this is what she said, but it's someone earlier said it. But as an artist, it's not our job to judge ourselves. Our job is to keep the creativity open and to create, and then give it out, and it's up to the people if they like it or not. It's not up to us to judge ourselves. We need to keep creating, and that's what we all need to do. Keep creating. And it's so easy to stop and judge what we do, and it was like I can get stuck in that, and then I won't put anything out. So I'll be like, it's not good enough. It's not as good as this person over here. If we never put anything out and we always wait till we're better than that best person, we're not going to do anything. So we just have to be ourselves and just keep creating and getting better at what we do. And you're right, sometimes you don't want to be influenced when you're in the middle of creating something. So yeah, but then you don't want to be left alone in a box either, because you want to know what's going on in the world, because you want to be in touch with everyone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like this fine line, that you have to, be in the world, but yet, be original. Yeah.
Absolutely too. And that's why you got to remember also that to me, it's all about creating, whether it's film, art, music, dance. It's all expression. You know what I mean? And what I learned is that in order to appreciate it, there is no right or wrong, because no one can duplicate what that person's doing in time and space. No one can do it exactly like that. That's why it's so unique and so right and so good.
I like that, Gary. You said that to me before, and I like that. Only
what I mean?
what you
That's
do.
how I appreciate it. It's just like, that's why when people come on my show, half the fun is listening to them and jamming along with them. Who you got there?
It's Roxy. Roxy, say hi.
Roxy.
Say hi.
Roxy.
Anyway.
Yeah, we got well, it looks like we got about 15 minutes left in the show. We're also going to towards the end, we're going to give a little sample of the new song and video me and you have coming out.
I would love to do that.
We'll listen to that at the end.
Video, but we finished one of our songs. And I would love to see what they think.
How did you like the stuff I sent you?
I liked it. It was good. It was good. I can definitely work with that. Yeah.
The only thing I feel that I need to give a little bit better is a close-up of me lip syncing. Because in the other ones, there's only
and your fingers playing the guitar.
I was shucking and driving because it was just my first session. And I kind of needed to write the words down again, only to get it rock solid tight.
Okay.
I'm going to still send that because we still got to get the dialogue stuff, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
What did you think about that character that I have that I made that could be like his robot? Think about it. Like, what's that? You could just have him standing in the corner.
Oh, that's a good idea. I like that.
Remember, I'm like always messing with shit. I got laptops open. I got a magic jukebox.
You have a robot. That's good, Gary. That's
If,
good.
if in the park I had a robot, and then that's kind of like our Alexia too. We could pull that buzz where you can like, robot, what is, because you could do the voiceovers of the robot. You don't need me. So all the shit you write for the robot, because you write everything out. That's what I love about doing your stuff with you is it's written out. You know, you write it all out.
Yeah.
You know,
And I think I'm really excited when you do some dialogue. I do want to come into the room and direct you a little bit. It's the first time I've ever been able to do that, so that sounds fun.
Well, that was just the first way.
I'm excited to do this episode with you for Farby.
Well,
And I hope everyone subs Farby because I think we're going to do some really fun scenes, Gary.
Yeah. Well, tonight I'm going to be rehearsing the other one.
The country song. Gary and I are doing a country song.
Is we got both of those. I send you one wave of stuff. We still got to send you some close-ups of me singing a little bit better the verses, because just little instances where my voice is, you need probably a little bit better lip sync. But you got some groove stuff, and then I'll do that again with the other song, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna have two in the okay, and then think about that when you write the scene, because I can have it where it's just that guy there. He's always got
Yeah, I like that. Everybody here first here. Yeah, that's so fun.
you know what I mean? When we're jamming out, you got another fictitious band person now.
I know. That's
Yeah,
cool.
the robot, whether he's on bass or he's on.
I know. See, now it makes sense. If
All them, you know what I mean? Got to name them.
Yeah.
But I thought that would be really cool because you're going to drop down, knock on the door, right? Boom, boom. And then I open the door, come on in. And then you'd be like, what's that? What's that? Right? And then that's why I have, my intergalactic jukebox.
Yes, I'm going to make that Happy Days jukebox. People here. Does anybody know who Chuck Cunningham is? And has anyone heard of the Chuck Cunningham syndrome? That is, I'm so curious to know, if people will remember that character, Chuck Cunningham.
Okay, so Chuck Cunningham.
Maybe if I say Happy Days.
Who was he?
Chuck Cunningham was the brother of Joni and Richie on Happy Days. And he was Chuck Cunningham. He was a basketball player. And they gave him like maybe 1-2 lines. And the real actor was like, fuck, forget this. And he quit. And then they hired someone else. And they still never gave him any lines. And then the next season, they just never talked about him again. Never showed up. And then even at the end of one of the episodes, the dad goes, I love my 2 children. And he didn't even mention Chuck. And so now there is this saying.
Oh, my Lord. Oh, man.
In acting, there's a saying.
You're saying
the Chuck Cunningham syndrome. And it means when you're cut off, completely forgotten about, and no one mentions you again in the storyline. So if you have Chuck Cunningham syndrome, that means you have been cut off and forgotten. No one ever talks about you again.
Oh, my God.
And that's who your character is. Gary, you're Chuck Cunningham.
I love it.
You do it.
Did you like his outfit?
Just in the trailer park. Huh?
Did you like his outfit? I thought his outfit was awesome.
I like that outfit. Yeah.
Total Mork from Mork or something, man.
Totally.
I can't wait to start shooting some of the dialogue stuff. So if we can do that soon. And then in the meantime, I'm going to work on the other song. And then I'll do the same thing with that. I'll film that.
Country song. Yeah. Yeah, I would love to end and play our song and see what people think. It's fun to hear. They can hear the song, and then when you see it, see what we do with it.
I'm really excited about Kitty Chicken Bunny Girl too, man.
To get back and do that, really, yeah.
I
I am
mean,
too.
but hey, I'm telling you, woke jokes and tokes. If you're just watching the replay, get over and watch Jokes, Wokes, and Tokes, man. It's just my favorite episode,
Yeah, I hope everybody, subs my 2 channels, the Kitty Chicken Bunny Girl Show and Farty. Yeah.
I kind of like this Tuesday time slot for you. It's 4:20 on Tuesday. Because the whole Farby Tuesday
Is our favorite day. I know. I was going to play one of my Tuesday songs because I only have like 4. I think I have 4 Tuesday songs.
I love it.
Yeah, because it's a theme. So yeah.
And it's the Nowhere Trailer Park. It reminds me called the
End of Nowhere Trailer Park
End of Nowhere Trailer Park
in East Hollywood. And that is really where I live, East Hollywood. Yeah.
Nice. And you just won a Jammy.
Huh?
You just won a Jammy last year for comedy.
Yeah, my jam is back there on my shelf. I don't think you can see it, but it's right. It's shining. I can see it. Yeah.
I'm going to ship out that second one.
Oh, what are you saying? I get a second one?
Yeah, you won another one because you won that one, I thought, a couple years ago. I gotta go. I have to go to the post and mail a bunch out, but I have tons of these. They are so awesome. Just gotta go mail them out. And
I want another one. Thank you.
You want me to tell you how? You want me to tell you how I did it?
How?
Okay, when you go to the dollar store, you see this on when it gets to be close to the 4th of July, they have these, and it has like this tassel on it. It's like paperweights for like picnic benches. You ever seen those?
Yeah.
99 cents, right? But they have